Good morning. How are we doing? I just remembered my gummies. Gotta eat my gummies. Every time I get on this stream, I'm like, oh yeah, my gummies. They're sitting over here by my computer. Actually, they're sitting by my water that I have. Gummies. How are we doing this morning? Flintstone gummies? Very close. Very, very close. Now, they're Vita Fusion. My girlfriend bought them for me and her. Well, bought me the men's version, bought her the women's version. And I've been told to eat my gummies. I better eat them or I'm in trouble. Anyway, how are we doing this morning? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Glad to have you. I want to talk about a couple of things. One is the changes that we had. I don't know if I have any more screenshots. I got rid of my screenshots that I had from Nick's stream, but one of them are the changes to the banks. I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, I know how I feel about that. I don't know how you all feel about that. What else are we looking at here? We're going to look through some of this stuff today, see how things are going. But yeah, what were the changes to the banks? So now banks are region-based. They're region-based. Well, the idea is that they're region-based. I think they are broken. Yeah, I think there's some issues with them. But yeah, now like your Night Harbor Bank is separate from your Phalandraw Bank. And then in the future, it's going to be separated even more. We're going to have like your West Bank and your North Bank are going to be separated. All banks are going to be separate. That is the idea. And I'm not sure how I feel. How do you guys feel about that? Like, I feel like, I don't know. I feel like it could be really a great thing once we get in the commerce system and the caravan system, and we're utilizing all of those things. But I think until we actually have that in the game, it's just punishing. And it's just punishing to be punishing. Like, there's no reason for it. I think it's a cool idea, but I don't know how it feels in game. Yeah. I'm okay with it, to be honest. I can adapt my gameplay to whatever they decide. So here's how I look at it right now. What's going on, sailors and sea monsters? How you doing? Here's how I look at it right now. I use the West Bank, I would say like 90% of the time. Every once in a while, I go to the North Bank in Night Harbor, and I can still do that. And I have never once used the Phalandraw Bank. Never. And that's well, I tried to use it once, but then I realized I don't have the faction to use it because I started my character on the Night Harbor side, which means I can't use the Phalandraw Bank because they're like, hey, we don't like you. I can't do anything over in Phalandraw without increasing my faction, which is fine. Like, I don't have an issue with that. So it right now, it doesn't really affect me as a player to have the banks separated. But in the future, I feel like it might be a pretty big issue. However, if we add in the caravan system and the commerce system, and we have all those different things in, and they make that correct, you know, like they build it properly, then you know, it could be a good thing. I also wanted to check out the Monsters and Memories website. We're going to go here, click on play, click on community. I'm curious, this server interest poll, how we're doing here. Yeah, this is growing. This is growing, guys. This is good. We're up to over 2,000 people. Over 2,000. We're over 2,000. Out of the 57,000 accounts that are signed up on the website, The thing is about this, a lot of people are looking at it going, does it really matter? And for them, it doesn't matter. Like for us as a player, this doesn't mean anything, right? Means nothing. But for the devs, this means a lot, so that they can properly judge how they are giving us servers, what servers we're going to be getting, how many players are going to be looking at playing the game, all of that kind of stuff. So this is very, very, very important to the devs. So we need to make sure we spread it around, tell people, and look at it. I'm gonna leave this open, and we'll kind of keep an eye on it. Let's see if we can get one of these over 1,000 today. So we're at 991, 824, 218, and 155. Hopefully we can get these up there. People still aren't paying attention. If they did a playtest and announced it in Discord, they would instantly have more. I think so too, yeah. Burrow coming in with the sub. Thanks so much, Burrow. I appreciate it, bud. They did put it on Discord. They did put it on Twitter. They announced it on Twitter. The closer we get to beta, I think more votes. Yeah, I think so too. And once they open up beta and they invite more people to beta, this is just like the game itself, though. It's word of mouth. 77 months. But Burrow's been around for a long time. He's a little crazy. I appreciate him. So yeah. Did they say that people have alpha will get in beta? Yes. Anyone that currently is in alpha will be getting into beta, unless you are a bad person and did a no and got kicked out of alpha. Then you won't be in beta. I think a large amount of people only have the playtest announcement channel notifies on. And wait for it to ping. Yeah, that's probably too. Yeah, I can see that. But I don't know. I'm trying to spread the good word myself as much as I can. We'll see how that goes. Here it is. Go fill it out. I'll be on standard PvE 2 for now. It was kind of funny. Like one of the things that they talked about, that Sean's talked about, I don't know if Nick's talked about it much, but Sean's talked about it. And he's saying that he wants to see specifically these two servers. He said it on some thread here on Discord recently. He wants to see how it plays out between these two. Will everybody bandwagon to one server because that's the popular server, or will people actually split up between the two servers? It's a fun like social experiment, right? Like it's a super fun social experiment. My group. I didn't even look at this. I didn't realize that this was active until a friend of mine from my group told me about it. And he said, yeah, we're choosing 2. And I'm like, okay, why did you choose 2? And he goes, because everybody's going to choose 1. So we're going to choose 2. And I was like, all right. So he literally, he thought about it briefly and was like, okay, people are going to choose 1. So let's just choose 2 for that reason. So yeah. Yeah. Here's a thing. When the name the servers, I would change it. Oh yeah. If I can't pronounce it, I won't play it. I mean, think about that, right? Think about that. That's how people do stuff. When they have a name for the servers, that's going to change stuff. When they find out where certain people are going, content creators are a deciding factor for a lot of people. When they find out, like some of the bigger content creators, what server they're going to go to, they may go to that server because of the content creator. They may go away from that server because of the content creator. When they find out what server certain guilds are going to, people may go to that server or away from that server. There's a lot of factors that go in to what server to choose. And I think this is going to change constantly up until the time that the servers actually launch. So I know a guild on that's been talking about it, and they all want to go to the boxing server because they want to be able to box 1 or 2 or 3 or 5, 6 characters. So there's a whole guild that voted, and they're going to go to the boxing server. Now, will that change? Will everyone from that guild go there? I don't know. Like some people might go, hey, I want to be part of this guild. I want to be, in this community. However, I don't want to go to a boxing server, so I'm going to go to a different server. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Yo, I'm late. Work closed this morning for the storm, so the morning was thrown off. Oh, man. Well, cool. You got the day off. That's good, Haas, right? You got the day off. Our storm did not hit. Let me see what the temperature is outside, because I didn't even check. Temperature right now, 44 degrees. That's not bad. According to the old phone, whichever weather app this is on the phone, I don't even know. 10-mile-an-hour winds. It's not looking bad where I'm at. 44 degrees is not bad at all. They said it was going to be in the teens, which would have been cold. That would have definitely been cold for us, but 12 degrees. Oh my goodness gracious. Well, I live in the South. Technically, it's not even the South. Like, people say South Carolina, oh, it must be hot there. It's actually not. The temperature in South Carolina, if you all the way down at the coast, sometimes a bit warmer, but it's the same as Georgia. It's, it's really not that much different. -8 on Friday. Wife had e-learning day for school, 6 inches of snow on Sunday, now 2 degrees today. I don't know how you live in Chicago, dude. That sounds awful. No, I love the snow. It really is nice. Thanks so much for the follow, Yazan. You're in Western Pennsylvania? A bit more north? Yeah. People say, though, that, South Carolina is south, and it's really not. I think what it is the way that the jet stream comes in. It, goes across Georgia, and then as soon as it hits South Carolina, it immediately goes up the coast, right? And it just turns. And I think that's why, and that pushes the hot weather down, keeps the cold weather up, and I think that's why South Carolina is a bit warmer than something like Georgia, even though it's almost on the same longitude. Which one is it? Is it longitude is the one that goes around, and latitude is the ones that go from top to bottom? No, longitude is the top to bottom, right? I always get those two mixed up. If I was back in, elementary school, I'd probably be like, no, it's this. Are you smarter than a 5th grader? In some cases, no. I am not. They're saying Florida is going to get hit by the wave. Going to get bad. I have family that lives in Florida. North Florida is actually getting some stuff. I'm from Jacksonville, Florida, originally. And that area is actually cold. It's chilly. So yeah. Longitude runs north to south. That's right, because it's longitude. It's the one that goes north to south. So yeah. So this latitude. Yeah. You live in the Panhandle? Ooh. Over there in Panama City Beach area, huh? I've been through the Panhandle a couple of times. Yeah. Anyway, let's go take a look at some fun stuff. Fill out this poll if you haven't done it yet. Make sure you're checking this out. Keep it up to date. If you have a group or something that wants to switch servers, make sure you switch with them. They want this data. They need this data. So let's give them this data so that we get more servers and better servers. I think if we can fill this thing out, cap these numbers out, they'll add additional servers. I want to see a server between these no boxing and boxing servers, like a 1-box server. And I think, honestly, a 1-box server might be the most popular server in the game. I think no-box servers are going to be popular, and I think a lot of people are going to want to play them, and I think a lot of people are going to go to a no-box server and then try to weasel their way into boxing. I think that's going to happen quite a bit so that they have a one-up on all the no-boxers. But I don't think full boxing is going to be popular at all, and this is showing that it's not going to be, because there's going to be too many people playing 6 different characters and running around and hogging the entire zone. So I think that a server of a 1-box server is going to be very, very, very popular. So, yeah, people are definitely going to try boxing on 1 and 2. Yeah, they're going to try. Now, can they get away with it? It's going to be another thing. Going to make a gnome on whatever server. They're called Criddles Troll. I don't think any server is going to be named after me. I highly doubt it. I think boxing and PvP servers are going to crash by the end of the year. I do too. I think that both these servers, a full-on boxing server, there'll be people that want to play it, and a full-on PvP server. I don't think either one of these servers are going to go away, but I think that they're just going to have so few players, especially the PvP server. I think it's going to start out, people are going to be like, man, I really want a PvP. I love PvP in Ralos Zek back in EverQuest days. And they're going to have that nostalgia, and they're going to try to go back to that. And then they're going to quickly realize this is not 1999 anymore or early 2000s. And people are buttheads more so now than they were back then. And there's not going to be a top guild that's going to be your white knights that are trying to prevent those PvPers from just running around griefing everyone. It's just going to be a huge gank fest and grief fest, and people are just going to quit. And then it's going to end up being just the griefers against the griefers, and then they're going to be like, this isn't fun anymore. We're just griefing each other, and then they're going to be like, I don't want to play anymore, and they're going to quit. That's what I see. That's my personal prediction for the PvP server. However, I do think that they should have a PvP server for those that want to do it, and it keeps them off of the other servers because the mentality of the PvP players is different than it is of PvE players. It's very different. These people want to have ways to attack others, ways to solve disputes, other than talking, other than being a cordial person and being like, hey, I'll give you this camp for now, and then maybe when you're done, you can give it back to me. Instead of just having conversations with people, these people are just going to be like, I'm going to kill you or train you or just make your life absolutely miserable for no reason just because I don't like your face. That's what I think is going to happen on the PvP server, and I don't like that. I think that ruins the game. So, anyway, let's move on. Let's go check out some of this stuff. Question about in-game. This has been going on and on and on and on and on. This is continuing to be one of the top discussed things, which tells me quite a bit. This has been the number one question, meaning that people are continuing to respond in this channel or in this thread. And one of the things that this points out to me is that end game is going to be more popular, I think, than the devs are making it out to be. I feel like, and I'm not saying the devs are saying that there won't be an in-game presence, but I think that an in-game presence will be what the majority of people want to do in Monsters and Memories, or at least strive for, right? There's going to be a lot of people that are not like going to rush for it. They're not trying to get there as soon as possible. But I do think that in-game is going to be what people are playing the game for. Because they're like, there's a carrot at the end of this stick. I'm going to get there eventually. So, yeah. What's going on, sup, baby? How you doing? Welcome. Yeah, that's why I said I'm okay with PvP day or PvP zone, but not interested in that overall. Yeah, I'm not either, but if you have the PvP day or a PvP zone or whatever, that's going to bring the people to your server on your PvE servers, and it's going to bring that attitude, it's going to bring their play style, and I don't want that. Leave them on their own server. They have a separate mentality, they have a separate way of looking at MMOs and video games in general. And that's fine if that's what they want to do. I just don't want anything to do with it, personally. I think the in-game focus player is what most MMO players have evolved into over the years for one reason or another. It's a mindset everyone has gotten into, hard to break out of too. Yeah, I think so too. I think that in-game is going to be the driving factor for people coming to Monsters and Memories. I mean, I think that people are going to love the aspect of grouping again and the social gameplay and all the things that they loved about EverQuest and the casualness of EverQuest. And I feel like EverQuest itself became more casual as fewer and fewer players continue to play EverQuest. And most of those players are now going off in different directions, playing World of Warcraft or playing other various games where the raid scene is still, very, very active. I think now the people that have continued to play EverQuest want more chill, laid-back gameplay with some raids, which is what Monsters and Memories has kind of said that they're focusing on. But I think MMOs as a whole, people look for what is there to do in-game, right? What are we going for? What are we trying to achieve at max level and future of, right? That's what I think is going to happen. What else can you do? Roll a new tune or do in game? Exactly, Dan. I agree with that, right? That's my philosophy on it. Other people have different opinions, and that's okay. You know, some people like to roll a new tune. Some people like to say, hey, I'm going to start a character in Night Harbor. Next up, I'm going to start a character in Phalandraw. And then when the Deep Elf City comes out, I'm now going to start a Deep Elf character. And those are going to be 3 very different playthroughs based on my starting location. And some people love that, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that gameplay. But I do feel like the majority of players are going to shoot for that in-game, and they're going to want to do it. I even see the casual people in Monsters and Memories, the people that are like, I'm planning on playing the game casual. I'm a single dad. You know, I've got responsibilities. I can only play about 2 hours a day, etc., etc. And it's going to take me 6 months to get to max level. But once I hit max level, I do want to participate in the raids, and I don't want those top-end guilds hogging everything. And it's like, well, that right there tells you something, right? The top-end guilds are going to try to get to that in-game. They're going to be clearing that in-game for months, easily able to do it. By the time you catch up to it and you also want to do the in-game content, like, everybody's trying to get to in-game, right? We just have some people do it faster than others. But ultimately, that's what people are trying to do. That's where they're trying to get to. So I feel like the devs should focus on that a bit more than they currently are. But that's me. Now, I'm not saying they're not focusing on it all. There are raids in the game. They've already said they're going to have raids in the game. They're going to have expeditions. But at the same token, they're not focusing on, like, they're looking at it as only 1% wants this content. You know, the 99% is where they're looking at. The majority of content will be levels 1 through 60 and doing stuff in a singular group. So yeah, we'll have to see how it plays out. There's going to be plenty to do at max level: trade skills, finishing quests, and bosses. We got to keep in mind that we're still in alpha. Yeah. Oh, there's plenty to do right now. Oh yeah. There's so much content to do in this game. So much content. Most of you will not even reach max level within 6 months. And if you do reach max level within 6 months, that means you probably neglected other things like your trade skills. You didn't farm the items that you're going to want to have, the clickies, the questing, all of that. So you're going to want to go back and do some of that stuff. I promise you, this game already has anywhere from 6 months to a year's worth of content already in it for most players. And I mean, for me, a very, very hardcore player that spends a lot of time in the game, it still has anywhere from 3 to 6 months worth of content for me. Where I could be on for 10, 12, 15 hours a day and still have content to do. So yeah, there's a lot of content in this game. I imagine it's really hard to balance the hardcore raid scene and the casual scene. I'm sure it is, yeah. Without eventually leading the game down one road, yeah. Yep. I mean, they can't, if they focus just on raids, then everybody's going to rush to level 60 to do raids, and you're focusing on one style of gameplay, and that's going to be the hardcore gameplay. If they focus on just the level 1 to 60 process, running around doing quests, everything is solo to one groupable, that's a different style, and that's going to be the majority of players to a certain extent. But it's kind of funny to me because those 1% hardcore players, they might get there first and do all that content first and then say, we have nothing to do, we're bored. But those 99% of players also want to do that content. They just do it at a slower pace, right? They just do it slower. Cravul. Yes, I'm going to go with Kravul. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it, bud. Yeah, a lot of players will need to realize it's better to do trade skills while leveling because it rounds out the experience more than the mindless grinding to hit max level. Yeah, a lot of people play that. A lot of people need to do that, Baron. I agree. That's kind of what I'm doing now. I mean, I do trade skilling as I level. You know, as you're killing monsters of your level, you're getting the scraps, the leather scraps, the cotton or the cloth scraps or whatever of the certain tiers. You need to be using those. You're getting gems of those tiers. You're getting magic items that you can disenchant of those tiers. It's so much easier to do it while you level rather than push for level 60, then go back and grind out all that stuff. Good morning, Nicodemus. How you doing, bud? Hope everyone's well. I'm doing fantastic. I hope you're doing well. Did you end up streaming last night? I saw that you were going to stream around 11:30, and I was like, I'm already in bed. I am asleep. I was passing out at like, man, I got in bed probably between 9:30 and 10 last night, and we put on some Fallout Season 2 episode, whatever it was. And man, I was dozing off about halfway through that show. I'm pretty sure I fell asleep before the show ended. Got a piece of ice when I took that sip. Something that might keep the game fresh for more casual players is somehow keeping the non-current raid expedition relevant and not old content, so that the FOMO doesn't push them to rush to max level. Yeah, maybe. Well, I think what they're doing, like the idea that I have for expeditions, and from what I understand of expeditions based on what Nick has said, is the expeditions are going to be kind of made for all types of players. You're going to charter a boat, right? And you're going to have to fight maybe on that boat. Mobs are going to spawn, etc., that kind of stuff. Who knows? And you're going to get to an island. Once you get to the island, supposedly that island is going to be, a large island, and it's going to have, it's going to have harvestables on that island. So the solo players that are trade skillers are going to want to go to that island and harvest that island. What's to say that you don't need like 280 in herbalism or mining, or even 300 to be able to harvest that island? So that means only your dedicated trade skillers are really going to have that skill, or your really hardcore players. Like you have the hardcore players that get max level 60 first and do that content, but a lot of them don't do trade skills as well. Some of them do max level 60 and trade skills, and that's like the 1% of the 1%. Like that's like the very top end. So you're going to have people that are like level 20, they're going to be like, hey, can I go along on this expedition so that I can harvest the rare nodes that are out there on that island while you all kill all the enemies around it? And I think it's going to be a great way to make some teamwork there. But are you going to have those top 1%ers of the 1%ers, the top 0.1 percenters? Are those people are just going to go in with their guild and harvest everything? We'll have to see how it plays out. I don't know. I stream really late. It's just easier to stream with my full household during the night. Yeah, I got you, man. I got you. Also, it's like the best time to get some quality time with your daughter. She works an odd shift. Yeah. Oh my gosh, dude. Speaking of that, I don't know what your daughter does, but we watched that movie Code 3 the other day. And it's a movie with Dwight from The Office, if you guys know who that is. And it's basically about being a paramedic and the things. It's supposed to be a comedy, and there's some funny parts to it. But ultimately, man, it just gives you, it tells you exactly what those paramedics go through, how underpaid they are and how overworked they are, and how just terribly treated some of those paramedics are. For what they do. They save lives all the time. And man, anyway, that just made me think of that, Nicodemus, when you said that she works odd hours. I respect those people that work those odd hours. I sometimes, to make a little extra money, because streaming and content creation doesn't necessarily make a whole lot of money unless you're like, a big content creator. And I go out and drive Lyft or Uber, do some rideshare stuff on the weekends, Friday and Saturday night. I'm up until 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, driving around, doing that kind of stuff. It definitely changes things. Anyway, it seems like player merchants are going to be supported in new and exciting ways. Yeah, so the player merchants. However, I think a lot of people are getting that confused. Pack Attack. So let's check this out. Let's talk about this for a second. A lot of people think that the player merchants are going to work similarly that they did in EverQuest 1, where it's you go into an auction house stall area and your character is either online or offline, whatever, but you turn them into a merchant and people go up to you and they click on your character and they can buy stuff from you. That is not going to be how it works in Monsters and Memories. It's going to be similar to that, but that's not how it's going to work. Those players are going to have to actually actively be there at their computer buying and selling and trading items. They are going to literally be merchants, right? They're going to be sitting in their stalls, but actively chatting with people, actively trading with people. It's not going to be a passive thing where you're going to be doing it offline. So yeah, check it out. My wife loves the show, the ER shows. There you go. Check out The Pit. I haven't seen The Pit yet. I need to watch that. Best medical show I've ever seen. Really? Is it that good? I'll have to check that out. I loved like House. That was probably my favorite medical show. And then there's another one. What was the other one? Another show that I wanted to watch. They're bringing back Scrubs, which I always thought was a good, fun comedy side of medical shows. I enjoyed Scrubs. They're bringing that back for a season. Yeah. Should be good for the community too. Yeah, the auction house stuff. I think that's a good design choice, to be honest. Yeah, the auction house stuff I think is a great idea. Like, I think, like, I like that. I like the idea that players interact with other players, and pushing that as much as possible is a good thing. You know, some people might say you're forcing players to chat with other players, and some people are going to be like, I don't want to do that. I'm a shy person. I'm an introvert, whatever. I don't want to interact with other players. We had this discussion on where was it? In the general or discussion, Monsters Memory discussion the other day. Somewhere in here, I think, we had this discussion where a player, we were going back and forth. Several people were going back and forth on a discussion about what was the actual topic, because it deviated from that topic. It was about loot and how we need a need before greed system. A need, you know, like need greed. When a piece of gear drops, common items automatically are distributed. If it's a certain tier of item, which they don't have tiers of items in Monsters and Memories, but let's say a magic item drops, it then goes into a need greed window, and everybody hits need, greed, or pass, just like they do in World of Warcraft, and people were advocating for that. And some of us, myself included, were saying, well, what they're trying to do with Monsters and Memories is encourage you to talk to people. To encourage you, like, you can roll for it. If you want an item, say in your group chat, hey, I would like to roll for that item. And others, people can say, I would also like to roll for that item. Or I'm going to pass that item. And actually open up communication between players is the idea of Monsters and Memories, rather than us just looking at a little window, a little dialogue window, and saying, yes, no, maybe. You know, we're not in elementary school anymore. Do you like me? Circle yes, no. You know, like, we're not doing that anymore. You know, go up to the person and say, hey, I like you. Do you like me? Let's be friends. That's what they're shooting for. So anyway, that debate or that discussion came up, and it kind of deviated into a bunch of other stuff. But ultimately, that's kind of where it's going, and I like that. I personally like that. As someone who was, I don't know, there have been different times in my life. When I was a very young kid, I was an extrovert. As I got a little older, I became an introvert, and then as I got a little bit older again, I became an extrovert. I kept going back and forth. I would say now I'm much more of an extrovert, but I don't really like to go out, so I'm an introvert in that sense. But, you know, I'll talk to anybody just about, you know. Putting the multiplayer back in MMOs is the plan. Yeah, and that's what I love to see. But you do still have, and I guess where I was going with that whole conversation, or that whole statement, whatever, rant, is that there were a few players that were like, hey, I'm shy. I don't like to speak up. When an item drops, I don't want to be like, hey, can I have that? I just want to hit a little button, a little dialogue button that says need, you know, so that I can voice my opinion without actually voicing it. And I get it. I get those players and I feel for those players, but at the same time, say something, you know, speak up. If somebody is the reason that discussion started was because somebody was saying something along the lines of, I play a tank and I just loot everything, and you know my healers and my range DPS, they get nothing because I'm just constantly looting everything. And I'm like, okay, well, in my opinion, you shouldn't loot everything. You know, speak up and say, hey, does anybody else want some of this loot? Share it with the party. Don't just be the jerk that steals every single item. You know, you can start the conversation too. Now, you could be the player that just loots everything and waits for somebody else to say something. Sure, that's an option. But you could say, hey, if anybody wants anything, and this is what I do in my group, anybody wants anything, let me know. Otherwise, I'm just going to loot up the stuff. In my personal group, I've got a static group. I loot up most things, you know, when I'm paying attention. If I'm not just, you know, watching a movie and just hitting buttons. I loot up a lot of the stuff, especially the cloth, the leather, you know, and I'm constantly breaking it down. I'm constantly trying to level up my skills with it. Most of them don't care to do that. But, you know, anyway. Also, people abuse the need greed system. They do. Yeah, they say, oh, I need that. And it's like, it's not even for your class. That's another issue. Critto's a loot hog. I am. I'm a loot hog. Easter knows. No, I mean, my group knows if they need something and they want it, I don't care. You know, we're all, my entire static group is very good about passing loot to people that need it most. We do it all the time. But, you know, I've been making enchants for my group lately. So that's all I've been doing is sitting there and breaking down every single magic item and then making enchants. Because nobody else really wants to level up enchanting. It's kind of a pain. That was pretty common in all my groups during the playtest. Maybe it's an EQ player thing. Which one was pretty common? Sup, baby? Well, like saying that the tanks were stealing all the loot. If you speak up, you are way more likely to get an item if you just roll. Yeah, absolutely, Haas. I agree with that. I think if you speak up, I doubt most players will be like, no, you're not going to get anything. I'm pretty sure most players will be like, yeah, sure, we can share. Me personally, I can't do large crowds of folks, but I do like small folks, like around gaming table, D&D, similar to party in M&M. Yeah, I love that, Nicodemus. I totally get you there, you know. As we get older, I've noticed that. My stepdad was kind of like that. He cannot be in a large crowded area. It overwhelms him. My son is like that. He gets super anxious when there's too much going on, and he doesn't like. I mean, he likes it. He's very loud, and you know he enjoys being around people. But when there's too many people, it's just like he can't control it, right? He's just like, I want to be here, and he has really bad FOMO. So like if a group over there is doing something and a group over here is doing something and a group over there is doing, he wants to be part of all three groups, and it's just too overstimulating. So, and Pantheon, the tank rogue, pick up everything, even if I don't need it. There's so much that can be sold or vendored that you never get it as a caster. And I get that too, Dan. Yeah, that was kind of the argument that people were making, is they need a system, like an auto system that takes the trash loot and hands it out and distributes it equally amongst the group. I am the opposite of that. I don't want a lot of the trash in my inventory, right? If we kill an enemy and I'm not working on tailoring, I don't want all the cloth straps in my inventory. I don't want all the leather. I don't want all the metal, the steel. Oh my gosh, dude. The metal scraps weigh so much. I don't ever loot them, and I don't want them. Do not give them to me. And that's the reason I'm advocating against some sort of round robin system where you're just constantly you're being given junk items, especially when your inventory is very limited in this game. Like you only have certain amount of slots and backpacks, whereas in other games like Final Fantasy, I mean, geez, you could hold so much crap in your inventory in Final Fantasy 14. This game doesn't allow for that. And then that devolved into, coin is split automatically. And I'm like, well, coin, you can have an unlimited amount. It's just based on weight. So like everybody's going to want the coin, and then you can just delete the copper if you get overweight, and boom, problem solved. So anyway, there was just a debate going on with that. And I think we all have fair points, right? We're going to disagree on it, but I like the system the way that it currently is. Coin is automatically distributed. Trash and everything else, the physical items on the corpses, you have to speak up if you want them. Speak up. Say something. Say, hey, I'm joining this group. I just joined the group. What are we doing with the trash drops in this group? Ask when you join. People can say, oh, it's just free for all, whatever, whoever grabs it, etc. And if it's just free for all, say, hey, I'm a healer. I'm going to be meditating most of the time. Do you mind if I get some cloth scraps? Can we try to split up the cloth scraps? And I'm sure somebody will be like, yeah, sure, that's fine, no problem. If people say no, I recommend you leave that group and find a different group. And I know that can be easier said than done in a lot of cases, but I recommend, if you don't like that play style, don't group with those people. Find a different group that you like their play style and group with those people. And eventually, those people that are hogging all the loot and not willing to share it, they will eventually either start to share the loot, or you're going to out-level them and you don't have to worry about them ever again, because they're just going to stay low level. They're never going to get groups. That's my recommendation. So, yeah. Anyway. I can do large groups if it's D&D or Monsters of Memories. There you go. I want to see my big raids, man. I want to see it. Gosh, I'm looking forward to the raids in this game. That's cool that your son isn't scared of people, but more that he can't hang with everyone at once. Yeah. He loves people. He's super social. He's a pretty social butterfly. Once he opens up, he's gonna have the opposite social anxiety. He has fear of missing out. He has really bad anxiety. He's just like all over the place. My kid is. I learned about the coin having weight last night. Weight is a huge problem. It is. Weight and inventory space is a commodity in this game. It's another resource. Like you gotta factor that in. You have to factor it in. When I was trioing in the last open, we just each chose a monster type and loot that trash so it stacks. Otherwise, you fill up too fast. There you go. Yeah, it's a good way to look at it. Yeah, every time you kill, a warden, or every time you kill, a cleric or whatever, every time you kill certain types of enemies, that's my loot, that's your loot, etc. And it works out. That there's different ways that you can deal with it. You don't, share. Just share. The group that I play with, I generally loot most everything. But that's because that they just don't want to loot stuff. But if they did, they would speak up, So it's really not a big deal. When you find a group you get along with, you work harder to be friends. You do. Absolutely. Love it. Worth bailing on a bad group? Yeah, I think it's worth bailing on a bad group. When you try to group with them, you see them online, yeah. Better to spend time finding a cool group? Yep, absolutely. Absolutely tootly. All right, let's get back into some of these discussions. Where were we at? So we were talking about in-game. I really think that in-game is going to be pushing. It's going to be a driving factor, personally. I don't know what you all are planning on playing the game for. I play games like this for the social aspect and the in-game rating aspect. Those are the two things that I love about MMOs in general. I don't play them to just sit in town and chat with random people. There are people that do that. I know people that do that. I don't really care too much about the trade skills. I only do them because I want to be able to do the raids. So I do trade skills for that reason. But yeah, that's where I'm at with it. Which tank trio? We've talked about this one quite a bit. Keys, what is this one about? Here on Quorum, thought I'd have alt. Oh, this is the alt one. We talked about this one last Friday. So yeah. Hey, by the way, we started out the conversation at the very beginning of the stream, and now that more people are in here, what do you all think about the banking change that they had in the most recent update to the game that Nick went over on Friday with the separation of regional banking. What do you guys feel about that? You play for achievements? Give me achievements. Setford does like to do the achievements. I don't know if this game's going to have too many achievements, or I don't think it's going to have any in the beginning. I'm curious if they're going to add them later. You like it? You guys like the banking change? Really? You like the separate banks? I'm not a fan, but the more I thought about it, it doesn't really affect me, so I don't really care. Like, I almost always use the same bank anyway. I rarely use any other bank. But I like the idea of being able to go, oh, I'm just going to hit the North Bank up real quick and be able to trade with my friends, which you can still do. But, yeah. I can go either way. Not game-breaking to me. Yeah. They're trying to make it more a simulation. Yeah. I think what they're trying to set it up for is the future of commerce and caravans and the wagon system and all that. I think they're setting it up for that, right? I think that right now it's going to feel weird and odd because there's no reason for it. But in the future, I think that's why. Separate banks are buffs to wizards and druids. Do you like it? Yeah, Setford's going to play a druid most likely. I mean, that's a huge buff to them. Yeah, for sure. And teleporting around and all that. Let me lead a caravan of items from one bank to another for coin. My greedy goblin. Yeah, see, that's where I think Pack Attack, I think that's where they're going with it. Is they're going to say, hey, you know, the Wagoneer, the merchant type player is going to go, I'll transfer your items for you. Give me your items, put them into my wagon. I'll take them to a different bank for you so that you can sell them over there in that region, or so you can have them for an alt over there in that region, or whatever you want to move them for. I think that Wagoneers, or Wagoneering, if it becomes a caravanning, whatever they're calling it, is going to be a big thing when it comes to like expeditions, because those players are going to be able to move. They're going to be able to haul all of your gear and your goods that you got from that expedition island back to a bank. You're not going to, a lot of those items are going to be no teleport. So you're not going to be able to teleport with them at all, which is going to be an interesting way to play. So I'm looking forward to seeing where they go with it. I think right now it just feels odd. It feels very odd to have separate banks because there's no reason for it. But we'll have to see. Something that could be cool is if a player, pay a player to caravan your bank. Yeah, I think that's going to be a really cool system once they add it in. They updated the enchant 10-slot medium boxes to use in banks. It feels like a nice fair trade-off. Enchanted 10-slot medium? Oh, you're talking about just the enchant box that's got 10 slots to it? Yeah. A little worried about raid content. Couldn't seem to get an answer to the simple, what's the maximum intended raid size? There isn't one. That's something we can talk about. That wasn't some flavor, as many as you want. Like if every raid is just a Zerg, it's less interesting. So yeah, Italica, that's the thing to me. That's something that I have been kind of advocating for recently and just talking about recently, is right now, this game has no raid frames. Meaning that raids are literally just as many people as you can get together to go fight some mob. That's it. That's what raids are. That's the beginning of EverQuest back in 1999, all the way through like 2006, 2007 maybe. I don't remember when they added in raid frames and they started limiting raids to 72 players. At some point, EverQuest did that. This game is the beginning of that. Prior to that, there is no raid size. It's a whatever you want to bring, a Zerg fest of just throw bodies at it until it dies. Personally, I don't like that. I think that's just going to cause more problems than it's going to resolve. I like the idea of being able to, kind of do your own thing, but I think that not having a raid size is ultimately going to be bad. If they want to have in-game raids that are in any way balanced, they're going to have a raid size, right? But we'll have to see what happens. Do you use the same bank, just the bank? I do, and that's why it doesn't really affect me. I almost always use the same bank. Extra bank space will be nice, but it's going to be super inconvenient later in the game when traveling longer distances around the world. But that could just be intentional. Yeah, and that's what Setfer was saying, is like traveling from one bank to another bank. Let me turn this down a little bit. Going from the from Night Harbor Bank to the Phalandraw Bank for a druid is a matter of a teleport. Like you can get there in 30 seconds. You can get to either of those banks in 30 seconds by teleporting and running to a bank. So they're going to have a very, they're going to be very sought after having those druids or wizard friends to be able to pop you around to different places. So yeah, I like it. The ability to have access to your money in all banks and items where they stored would be good. Well, that's the thing, is they're taking that away, Twitch Bryant. You're no longer going to have access to all of your stuff in all of the banks. It's going to be exclusive. One thing they did not talk about, and I don't think I'm going to get in trouble for saying this, but they should have put it in the patch notes, is now there's a little convert button. So if you open up your bank, at the very bottom, there's a button that you can just click convert coin, and it takes all of your coin and it spreads it out. So if you have 10,000 copper, 5,000 silver, and 400 gold, it goes 4 platinum and then whatever. It evens it all out and it minimizes the amount of coin you're carrying. That is the best feature, and they didn't put it in the patch notes. Put it in the patch notes, guys. Tell people about that. That's an amazing thing, and it's not really a big deal. I might get in trouble for saying that, but I don't think I will. It's not like a big spoiler or anything. It appears our bank coins are global, though. I'm not sure if intended. I think that might be a bug. I don't know. I don't know if that's supposed to be that way or not. Maybe. If bank is over. See, that's another thing, though, right? Like, coinage can be on all banks. That may not be an oversight. That may be intended, because it's almost like if I go to a real life bank, right? I can go to any real life bank in the world, and I could say, hey, I want to withdraw money from my bank account. And they'll do that because it's all electronic, right? But if I'm over in, like California and I live in South Carolina and I say, I want to withdraw my computer out of my bank and bring it over here. Nope, can't do that. You need to actually move the physical goods. So I don't know. I feel like that's a good thing. I like that. I agree. If they implement penalties, from numbers, it might work. Like if someone dies, the mob steals the soul of. Yeah, that's something that somebody came up with. Setfer, that I was talking to the other day. Something very similar. If they have like a mob where for every single enemy that let's say it's a dragon that has an AOE life tap, and every time that AOE life tap goes off, it sucks life out of. So if you just throw bodies at it that are not contributing enough, then it's just going to always be full health. But the issue that we found with that is, what about the trolls? What about all of the players that are like, we don't want them to win, so we're just going to throw bodies at it even though we're not contributing? So like it would have to be some sort of way to lock the encounter to a certain number of players, that kind of thing. I don't know how they're going to resolve it. So I don't know. I personally want to see raid frames in the game. I want to see max number. When you go in to fight this mob, the first 12 people that hit it, that's it. The first 18 people, the first 56 people, whatever, take the number divided by 6. That's the number of groups that you can have to do the content. But I don't know how they're going to actually do that. So we'll have to see. EQ launched with 72 player raid size intended. It didn't launch with that, but that's what they ended up with. You could bring more into an instance, but raids were intended to be 72 man until they reduced it. So when EQ launched, there was no raid size. There were no raids. Then they added in Nagafin and Vox, and they realized people were zerging it, and then they added in the Plane of Hate, the Plane of Fear. They didn't add in that 72-man raid size until many expansions later, when they actually added in raid frames. We used to throw all sorts of bodies at things. All sorts of bodies. Like just, hey, everyone show up to this raid and just start throwing spells at it and doing damage to it. So yeah. Recommended raid size? Wait, what are we talking about? I would want to recommend raid size, a difficulty, but drops the best gear, so you can go over that number of players, make it easier, but the gear drops. They could do that too. Yeah, they could say if 80 people attack this, then here's your loot pool. If only 30 people attacked it, here's another loot pool. They could do that too. But then it would be easy for other guilds to troll you, because they could just grab some low-level characters and throw it at the raid just so that you get this crappy loot pool. There's too many factors there. Too many ways to grief other players. I think the expedition can make raids more interesting by taxing the number of players. That's another way. Yeah, Haas. I agree with that. Like, you could charter a boat, right? That boat can only hold 36 players, let's say. So you can take your 36 players to the island on that boat, and then another boat can hold 36 players. So to get to the island, you have to charter X number of boats, and you have to come up with the money or the goods or whatever the material thing is to get that boat to the island, and you have to actually get there. That could be another way. During one of the playtests, my group was hanging out just outside of Shady Bloom. I asked them to stand in a line in the bank, 4 of us standing like we're waiting our turn, just to see if someone would get in the back of the line, a social experiment, 30 minutes. 5 folks got in line behind us. That's cool, Nicodemus. Have you ever done that social experiment in an elevator? Like in real life? I've done it, and it's really interesting. If you get into an elevator by yourself and you face the back of the elevator, like you get in and you face, because everybody, when they get in an elevator, they turn around and they face the doors, right? But if you get in and you face the back of the elevator, the next person gets in and they're going to look at you and they're going to turn around and face the back of the elevator. And then the more people that add in, it becomes like a group mentality. Everyone that gets in the elevator faces the back of the elevator. And it's a really weird thing that just, we all tend to do that, you know? Speaking of the line thing, I bring this up sometimes because it's another social experiment. There's like a Starbucks on 2 Starbucks on the same corner. If you put 100 people in one Starbucks and nobody in the other Starbucks, or any store, it doesn't matter. I'm just using Starbucks as an example, and nobody in the other one, more people will continue to go to the one that has 100 people because they'll think, why are people over there and not over here? There's a reason that nobody's going to that one. So I'm going to continue to go to the good Starbucks, right? These are all social experiments that have happened. Thought they had from before. Wait, what? Please take a number. Yeah. That makes sense. A bank can definitely change out denominations. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Thought the convert coin button was always there. I have never seen it. If the convert coin button was always there, it was new to me. I had always done it manually, where I pick up my copper and I move it over, and then I pick up my silver and I move it over. I'd always done it manually. Hey, what's up, Schwartz? How you doing, bud? Encrypt may still be working on the UI feature for the coin exchange. Probably the reason why it wasn't added. All good. The coin exchange thing, the button is there. It's definitely there. Had to deal with trolls, a lot of green dragons during WoW Classic. Oh, you talking about the contested dragon in WoW? Yeah, there were a few contested mobs. I don't know if many of you played WoW way back when, but there were several contested mobs up through what, Wrath of the Lich King, maybe. Do they still do contested mobs at all in WoW? Contested raid mobs? I haven't played in many years. I don't think they do them anymore. 3 guilds. Raid the plane of air was norm. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I like to have some sort of rotation or something. But first 18 heroes to touch the mob got credit and loot rights, though more heroes could chime in for DPS after. Yeah, that's one way to do it. So another way for sure. Loot doesn't get better when you get a second boat of raiders. Yeah. I thought you put your back against their back. You could do all sorts of stuff. Good morning, Magicot. How you doing? Welcome. Anyway, let's move on. Let's look at some other things. Fishing. What is this one? This is a new one, isn't it? Did we see this one last Friday? I don't think we saw anything about fishing. What's this about? I'm creating this thread because Sean told me to. Well, if Sean tells you to, you have to do it. He's the leader of us all. I mentioned it on his live stream. So we definitely didn't talk about this. Well, no, we did talk about this. This was back from 2013. Holy moly. Why is this? Somebody is a necro thread. Good gosh, dude. Where is it? That was way back when. Somebody just popped this thing back up. The last post on this was from 2025, and somebody's like, I don't even know what's going on here. We're gonna skip that one. All right, so we've gone through those. What is the warrior monk? All right, what else can we look at? Bug reports. Pet hits friendly players with nuke. Oh no! Your pet air elementals. Staggering wins. Holy moly. Okay. Did he deserve it? Yeah, that's how I look at it. Uh-oh. Well, this isn't good. This isn't a good thing at all. This was recent. Floor issue in Night Harbor. Oh, apparently you deleted that one. For a new player that love the grind and style, the loot grind and team play, but hate the quest style type games and quest items, the tech style, any tip? Can the game be played without questing? Yes, it can be played without questing. However, there will be most likely some items that you're going to want to go after. If you want to have the best gear in the game, there will be a few items, most likely, like Epic Quest, eventually, where you're just not going to get the Epic Quest, right? If you don't want to do any quest, you're just not going to get that item. But there's plenty of stuff to do in this game without doing any questing. You don't have to do questing whatsoever if you don't want to. So yeah, you can absolutely play it without that. They still have contested mobs, but it's not a common thing. Mostly hunter pets. Okay. Haven't really played since Legion. Yeah, last time I played was Legion as well. Good morning. How you doing, Chaz? I deleted that. Got to get screenshots tonight. There you go. Okay. The Paladin kill, finish, heal tends to upset friendly pets. Really? Is that what's going on, Soulfire? Is like the Paladin when you kill something and you get the heal, it makes friendlies not happy with you? Interesting. Elemental pet forgets target. I've noticed an issue where switching targets to taunt, attack, activate killing, forget a target. I wonder if this has to do with the recent change where if you mez a target, this was in part of the patch notes, if you mez a target, your pets are supposed to automatically back off so they don't hit mez targets. So yeah, the pet damage friendly player had me rolling. Yeah, that's crazy. That's craziness. Some bugs and notes. What is this? Enchanter starter quest. If the pet owner gets a heal or a buff when pet target dies, pet will nuke the caster, the heal or buff. Huh. Monsters and Memories can be played without questing. Questing is just fun to do. It is, yeah. I mean, some people like quests, some people don't. Nicodemus is writing a lot of the quests in the game, specifically the class quest. If you like the class quest, then tell Nicodemus you love him because he is making, I think, all or most of the class quests in the game. All of the ones over in the Phalandraw side are Nicodemus. So if you don't like them, then shut your face and be nice to Nicodemus anyway. But no, Nicodemus writes a lot of the quests in the game. It's because the heal is coming from a hostile effect, so the pet attacks the player that used a hostile source. Interesting. That's very interesting. Yeah, hopefully they get that fixed soon. I hope they get that fixed. Incoming haters. I'm sure Nicodemus is okay with it. Not everybody's going to like quests, guys. You know, I get frustrated with the quest. Maybe you can answer this question for me, Nicodemus. There are several quests in the game that I feel are unfinished, or several places in which I feel like there should be a quest, but for the life of me cannot figure out how the quest works, but I have no idea if a quest actually exists or not, so I don't know if I should continue to try to find the quest. There are a lot of those things throughout the game, and it frustrates the living heck out of me because I'm like, well, a quest could be here. The way that the interaction of the NPCs, the items that drop, the dialogue that NPCs have really, really says there's a quest here. but everything I do doesn't lead to a quest, and it's extremely frustrating. So, yeah. Please put in a reward for stage 1 Inquisitor quest. Find quests, my biggest problem. I also don't want to search online. Yeah. Lasava did most of the Felondraw quest. There's me, Ivan, Lasava writing stuff, but there's others. Oh, okay, I thought you did most of the Felondraw. I thought you were doing those. Well, that's cool. I mean, I know that there's like up to I think all classes in the game have at least 3 class quests that you can do from level 1 to like level 15, somewhere in that range, right? So there's 3 quests. Some classes, the Necromancer has 4. I don't know which other ones have 4. I'm treating quests like I'm a detective, taking notes and following leads and trying to tie things together as I go. I'm doing the same thing, Bottle Rocker. But there's places in the game that scream quest. Example, I on one of the previous open tests, I went into this little collapsed tower, and inside of there is some rubble or whatever. Anyway, I pulled a piece of paper out of the rubble, and that screams quest to me. And I read the piece of paper, and it says to go here, go there, do whatever. And I'm reading it, and I'm going, okay, this is giving me a hint on what to do or where to go. And I cannot, for the life of me, figure out from that information what to do or where to go. I have probably half a dozen pieces of paper in my inventory or in my bank or whatever that I can't figure out what to do with these and where the quest leads. And I've talked to a lot of people. There are several things in the game that scream there's a quest involved in them. And some of them are very, very, very hard to get items, like quest pieces of paper. They are extremely rare items. And then when you get one and you read it and you're like, what? This makes 0 sense. Why is it in the game? Where is it leading to? What does it do? And I'm like, is the quest even there? That's the thing that frustrates me is I'm curious on some of these items if they were accidentally put in or they were put in years ago and somebody forgot to finish the quest line. And now we're just sitting here with these items and we're sitting here with these half-finished quests that we don't know if they're supposed to be quests. Maybe they're not even supposed to be quests. Maybe they are quests. Maybe they're finished quests. Maybe they're not finished. Who knows? It's just, I don't know. Really drives me up the wall. I haven't played the game, but I plan to. Can we max all trade skills in one character? Yes, you can. And yeah, so Yizin says yes as of right now. I think the plan is to continue to be able to max out all the trade skills. I don't think they're ever going to limit you. The only caveat to that is the poisoning or the poison making or whatever it's called is exclusive to the rogue class. It's part of the rogue class. And it's a trade skill that works with rogues, and that's it. Another thing with that, and it's a question that I actually have for Nicodemus. You might know the answer, but Nick Hotz should know the answer. Whether he'll answer this or not, I don't know. But he recently, in his stream, put in that enchanting, the enchanters have a bonus to enchanting, and shaman have a bonus to alchemy. I don't know if it's a bonus in learning it faster, like you can learn the skill faster, or if it's a bonus to actually crafting of it, where you have a better chance of crafting said items. I don't know which of those bonuses is in there, but it was part of the patch notes. And I personally feel like giving the enchanter and the shaman a bonus to leveling it faster is an okay and fair thing to do. But I think if they have a better chance of crafting the item, that kind of takes away from everyone else in the game. And it's like, well, you know, I don't know. I disagree with that side of it. Not that anything's going to change because I disagree with it, but I don't know. I just feel like it should be fair across the board on the chance you have of crafting the item. But learning the skill can be faster based on your class. Sure, that's fine, because that doesn't really affect anything in the long run. I know it can be frustrating. Some quests are still a work in progress. I would just go back on occasion, maybe after an update, and try again. It may lead to something, but for now we are still working on stuff, and there's not really a good way to communicate quest readiness without spoiling stuff for a player. Yeah, and that's the thing, Nicodemus. Like that's something that frustrates me. I don't want people to I don't want the devs to spoil the quest, but at the same time, it would be nice to know if a quest is finished or not, so that we can test it. Because as testers, we go in, and I have something that is extremely ultra rare. I might be the only player in the entire game to have it. To be honest with you, like it's super rare. I've never seen it except for the one time that my group saw it. I know it's a quest, or it's going to lead to a quest, but I have no idea what to do with it. And I've tried everything, and it's like every single time we have a patch, I don't want to have to go back to every single NPC and try to figure this out again. It's so frustrating to constantly have to go and like talk to every NPC in the game. I'm going to go to this location, I got to go to like thousands of different NPCs, thousands of different possible mobs you have to kill, thousands of locations you could potentially go to where something could trigger based on this one piece of paper that you got months ago. It's frustrating, dude. Like I can't even explain like how much it drives me to not want to quest and make me just like give up on any type of quest. Because I don't know if it's finished or not. Right now, one of the big ones is the Druid quest. At one point on the Druid quest line, you get to the NPC Almina, whatever, I don't know what her last name is. Almina over there in Sungreet Strands, where you teleport into as a druid in the Sungreet Strands teleport. And you go to her and you talk to her, and she says, yeah, hold up this thing, do blah, 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 blah. To my knowledge, nobody's figured out that part of the quest. I don't know if it's in the game or not. No clue if it's in the game. And it's, I don't know. Anyway, moving on from that. Oh, cool. I need a rogue then too. Yeah. We'll make more classes if there's a fun reason. Yeah. Both Ivan and I are implemented the Phalandraw quest line has written for that area. Cool. Yeah. That would be a Nicodemus or Rift question. Yeah, I'll have to ask Nick Hotz. I'll have to ask Nick Hotz about the Enchanter and Shaman thing, because I think that's something that we should know personally. And I think that if you're giving, I mean, the patch notes literally says that Enchanters and Shaman have a bonus to enchanting and poison and alchemy. It just doesn't say what that bonus is. And I think we should know what the bonus is. Sorry to disturb, but is there a schedule for open test soon? No, not right now. We have no idea. I got to head out to the day job. Ice is almost gone. Yeah. Take care, Nicodemus. Appreciate you stopping by. Take care, everyone. Have a safe roads. Yeah, stay off the roads. Don't drive unless you have to, etc., etc. Stay safe, everybody. But thank you so much for being here, Nicodemus. I appreciate you, bud. I think all quest items that don't have a next step yet should have a this quest is still in progress and cannot be further. I would agree with that. Yeah, like just put in there, like when you get to the end of the quest, like have something that denotes this is the end of the quest for now, come back later. And then when there's more to that quest, delete that part of it, right? And say, like, once you start working on the next part, delete that, come back later, do what you're going to do, and then at the end of that, this quest, it ends here for now, come back later. But the problem with doing that is maybe those quests are supposed to end there, and they're not supposed to be continued. In which case, then you now know that's the end of the quest, right? Like, and like if every single quest in the game was this quest is finished, there is no more to the quest, that kind of defeats the purpose. So it kind of, I mean, I see both sides to it. It's just really frustrating because there's a lot of stuff that's unfinished. We are in alpha, the game's not released, etc. But who's to say that when early access comes around and at that point, the game technically still is not finished. It's still early access. They're still going to be adding stuff to it. You know, should every quest in early access that you can start be finishable or completable? You know, I personally feel like don't add a quest into the game until it's finished, right? That's just my take on it. But then you're going to have those epic quests that are going to be continued forever. They may never end. As they add more content, they may never end. So technically, when does it end? You know, there's just so many different problems with it. I think all quest items, you said we already did that. Don't get me wrong, the quest is super good, but my problem is if need 10 light years to figure out what it is. Yeah. There's a problem with that. Yeah, there's a lot of quests that it's going to take forever to figure out. And that's another thing, is people that are trying to figure out the quest solely on their own and they never communicate with anybody else are going to struggle, because there might be some very obscure thing that you may never interact with that you need to interact with for your quest. So it's going to be about talking to other players. Well, that means it's going to eventually get on the wiki. It's going to eventually become YouTube videos. It's going to eventually spread around. And then you don't know where you're getting the information from. Some people are like, I only want to get information by communicating with players in game. Okay, well, you could ask somebody, hey, I'm on this step of the quest. Does anybody know the next step? Well, yeah, they saw it on the wiki, so they're going to tell you. And then you might as well just check the wiki at that point, right? That's where the information came from. So, you know, there's a lot of things with that. Maybe this was was answered. But why is the Fireside Friday chat on Monday? It shouldn't say Fireside Friday anywhere. If it does, it's because it wasn't updated. Here, I'll click the buttons again. Did that change it? That should change it. Christopher. Are quests red herrings intentional? Are there just pieces of lore? That might be another thing, Bottle Rocker. That could be, yeah. There could be pieces of lore that are just out there in the game. Who knows? What's up, Young? How you doing? I wouldn't be surprised if trade skill bonuses turn into a trait you choose at character creation with Enchanter Shaman, only getting that option. Maybe Setfer. I know that right now you can choose those trade skills as minor non-combat traits, right? Then there's a major combat trait, a minor combat trait, a major non-combat trait, and a minor non-combat trait. I believe the major non-combat trait are trade skill bonuses, where you can learn a trade skill like 5 or 10% faster. That to me seems like what Shaman and Enchanter should get, is being able to learn those skills 5 or 10% faster. But I disagree with them being better at it altogether. If I have 300 in a skill and a Shaman has 300 in a skill, we should have the same chance of making whatever item it is that we're trying to make in alchemy, because we both earned 300 in the skill. Just because I'm a Shaman doesn't make me better at, shouldn't make me better at producing the same thing. Maybe because I'm a Shaman, I can learn how to do it faster, but it shouldn't just innately make me better at making it, right? That's my take. Now you see it Monday? Yeah, I mean, it may have just been a button press. I clicked the button to update it. Anyway, that's just my opinion on it. I don't know if they're going to change it. I might make a post in the forum somewhere about that, because we do know that was part of the patch notes. I mean, Nick shared that with us. So, Beastmaster Pet unsummon every time I zone and resets to level 1. Ooh, that's rough. That is rough. Yeah, it shouldn't do that. Penitence Knight Tunic. What is this about? This is in regards to Night Harbor Paladin starter quest. The first reward. Oh, that we already read this one. Yeah. This has to be an oversight. 5 AC, 7 AC. It should just be better, right? The second version should just be better in every way, not lesser. I agree with that. But by the time you hit about level 10, you're not going to be using that thing anyway. Like a 7 AC chest piece for a tank? No. You're gonna want to get that bronze. Given an initial few levels to start. Yeah, they could do that too. You know, they could start them at level 25. Enchanter can start at level 25 enchanting. Shaman can start at level 25 alchemy. So they can just skip a few. That would be okay with me as well. I'm against them getting a benefit later on. Personally. But let's see. What else do we have here? 18 days ago was the last post here. People haven't been posting in this? 18 days ago. Wow. Okay. How are people feeling about trade skills? Let's see. Anybody talking about trade skills? Nobody there. Sharpening stone should have a nominal effect since we're talking about trade skills in other aspects. Let's talk about trade skills in here. Sharpening stone should have a nominal effect on raising blacksmith skill. They shouldn't give anyone more than 3 to 5 points in a skill. They're too easy to do. I mean, you can only take using sharpening stones to their point. This can only go up to about like 150 or something in the trade skill, is as far as they go, and that's like making the best of the best sharpening stones. So you can't get blacksmithing up to 300 using sharpening stones. Like the best sharpening stone in the game is still kind of bleh. Hey, what's going on, Job? How you doing? The new enchanted crafted armor is good. Yeah, Helter Smelter. It is good. I'm trying to refrain from talking about that because that's something that people don't know about unless you're on the alpha. So I avoid spoilers for people. It's good. He's not wrong. It would be nice if the minor traits increase the success rate of profession you choose, even if it's maybe. I mean, I think that would make those minor traits too strong for minor traits, personally. Crafted armor AC level versus comparable non-crafted. Uh-oh. When I see that quite time-consuming to skill up and craft iron plate, AC, easy. I think this is changing with the new crafted stuff. Spoilers? Yeah. It's all good. It's all good, my friend. Yeah, I try not to spoil. All good. What else we have here? Pipe making. Uh-oh. This person want to make some pipe bombs? What the heck? Silly carpentry idea. I do think, oh, yeah. Like a pipe that you can smoke. Like, that would be a cool thing to do that maybe gives you, like, more mana regen. Spoil me? I'm not spoiling things, guys. Like, I'm not going to spoil anything for anybody until they release the NDA stuff and all that kind of stuff, and we can talk about whatever. If I do it on the open alpha, though, or on the open test, I'll spoil that all day if you guys want. But I will let you know. Spoiler alert. I'll try to anyway. I'll try. Pipe smoking animations, pipe items, and visual effects have just been added to our task list. Thanks for the reminder. Nice. That's nice. You know, Sean would be the one to add that because Sean, I think, smokes pipes. I'm pretty sure he's a pipe smoker. Smoking pipes to regen mana at cost of some other stats would be awesome. I think it should be at a cost of your endurance. Right? Think about it. If you're a pipe smoker, your endurance probably goes down because you don't get as much oxygen. And, you know, you're going to get lung cancer and stuff. Like, it would make sense. It would make sense. A lot more difficult to from compared to previous open tests. Yeah. It's difficult to keep things separate for sure. You also get hungry, need some snacks, depending on what you're smoking for sure, Setfer. Will we get smoke that Havling weed and dull our minds? Maybe. Maybe it doesn't dull your mind, though. Maybe it opens you up to all sorts of cool things. Never know, man. You never know. Yeah, there's Sean's pipes right there. Look at that. Sean's got his pipes. Boom, right there on his desk. Hey, he's got my same. Well, he's got a similar keyboard to mine. Not the exact same. Hopefully we can blow cool smoke rings. That would be awesome, yeah. 1 week can dull your int and wisdom to benefit stamina, and one to dull your stamina, increase yeah. You eat more food, drink more water. That would be funny. Yeah, if you smoke the pipe, but then because you're smoking the pipe, your food consumption goes up by like 10% or something. Gosh, dude, that would be hilarious. We should put that in here. Where is it at? I was under carpentry, piping. Pipe, not pike. There you go. We'll add that. We'll add it. Increase food consumption. I mean, I don't smoke. I don't know what you guys are talking about. The way druids can smoke all day and just summon food and water. I mean, they could, yeah. Can disenchant be made a button or skill like fishing instead of a 1-slot container? I mean, that would be very nice, but yeah. All trade skills need some sort of bag right now, so I don't know. What would you do though? Like right click the item and then disenchant, or click like a disenchant button and then click on the item that you want to disenchant? Was that maybe disenchanting could be done in the enchanting tome with an extra item like a seam ripper? That could be another thing, yeah. 1-slot container feels strange. Yeah, I mean, I just carry around my disenchanting cube. Yeah, like maybe that could be another thing. Make a disenchanting cube an item that you have to buy from a merchant, which would be another money sink in the game, so that every time you disenchant an item, it costs some money, right? That could be another really, really good money sink. I would actually be okay with that. It should be 1 skill enchanting. Yeah. I think, yeah, using the enchanting tome with a disenchanting cube and then the item you want to disenchant, combine those together. I mean, I think it'd be a good money sink. I would be okay with that. Because I really think we need more money sinks. Personally, like moving items into boxes. But you got to think that disenchanting alone is a money sink. Every time you break down an item in the game, it takes money out of the game. Because you could sell that item to a vendor and add money to the game. So, in a way, it does take money out already. Herbalism. We're going to smoke some Nomad's Grace. And get the munchies. Please increase Nomad's Grace spawns. It's supposed to be rare, but it's brutal. I don't think it's too bad. Tried Shaded Dunes and Sungreet Strands if there's another spot. Yeah. I didn't have an issue with Nomad's Grace personally. I've done a good bit of alchemy recently, and I think the problem is it's not that Nomad's Grace is too rare. It's that the Speed of the Wild potions require like 7 Nomad's Grace, so you just use more Nomad's Grace than you do any of the other components. It's just a lot. It's just used a lot. They need to make, what do you guys think about this? The Speed of the Wild potion, or whatever it's called, something of Allen tier, whatever. That needs to be a higher level potion. I think it's too easy to craft. If you start with 25 skill, if you start with alchemy, and you start with that 25 skill, you can basically make Nomad's potions at level 1. So 7 powder, 14 herbs. Yeah, so you need 14 herbs that break down into 7 powder, and then you need 7 powder plus the 2 hearts. Hearts are easy to get, but the powder, yeah, that's a lot. It's a lot of herbs. I think we need less at lower levels, like the initial cost for equipment is brutal. Yeah. I would agree. I think a lot of things at the lower level need to be tuned, and then spread out as we get higher level. Because like we talked about this with itemization, and I think that itemization right now is one of the things they're looking at with Rich Waters looking at it. But I think lower level items should be more common and easier to obtain, whereas the higher level items should be less common and much more difficult to craft and obtain, right? So the reason for that is because you're only going to be level 1 to 20. I would say for like 99.9% of players, if you can't hit 20 in a few days of playing, like I'm going to use hours, in like 10 or so hours, 15 hours, you should be level 20 or higher. And I mean, I don't know. Maybe not. I haven't really timed it out recently with some of the new changes. But anyway, the point is level 1 to 20 is very fast compared to the rest of the game. And when you have items at that level that you could camp for dozens of hours, you know, like some of the Wormsbane stuff, it just feels bad. And it just means that you're going to have higher level people going back and hogging those zones and camping those things at higher level, which I think kind of defeats the purpose of them. I think that, you know, they should have some just more common items at that level, you know, get you into some gear and get you hooked. Here's the thing. Here's the reason I say it this way, is because once you start getting magic items in Monsters and Memories, you want to get more magic items. In the very, very beginning, you start with nothing. And you're happy to get, you know, the terrible crafted bronze armor as a tank. You know, like, oh, I can get some bronze plate armor. I'm happy with that. With 0 stats on it, it just has more AC. But then as you start to level up and you start seeing items with some stats and your stats start to grow, you're like, now I want more of this. And it's like you get addicted to getting those items. And I think just having them more common at a low level, you know, get people addicted to it. And then they're going to start wanting to do it more at higher levels. I don't know. 2 wolf hearts. Every time I say wolf hearts, I feel like I'm saying wolf farts. They're wolf farts, not wolf hearts. Do Sal potions scale up and run speed? No. They're Sal potions are 40% all the time. They don't get any faster, which is the base of Sal. But Sal pots don't. They require something from wolves. Only wolves over. Yes, it's 2 wolf hearts, and they are only off of the low level wolf pups. People were telling me that you can get wolf hearts from all sorts of wolves, which is not true. People lied to me. Bunch of liars. You can only get the ones in the Phalandraw area, and only the low level ones, like the level 1 through 5 or 6 or 7 or whatever they are. Once you get to the ones that are like level 8, 9, 10, they stop dropping them, which I think is weird. Do the wolves, when they get to a certain age, just lose their heart? Makes no sense. I think wolves, if it's a wolf in the game, it should drop a wolf heart. Why not? Doesn't make sense. You can get hearts from any wolf. Incorrect statement. I know that for a fact. I killed wolves for about 6 hours last night. Timber wolves and KB are my primary farming targets. So timber wolves, maybe. I killed timber wolves in in KB for about an hour the other day. 0 wolf hearts. 0. I killed wolves in Phalandraw area, the wolf pups, and I got about 1 heart every 2 to 3 wolves of the pups. Way more common on the low levels. You kill the giant wolves in Vale of Zintar, no hearts. You kill the wolves, the other wolves, the orc wolves, the ones that are kind of roaming around with the orcs. Those are also, I think, timber wolves or trained wolves or something. No hearts. Sounds like Nick Hotz needs to get notified on wolf itemization. Somebody needs to get something needs to happen. Not all of them. RNG isn't fun. RNG thrown out the window if you kill wolves for an hour and you get 0. That's not RNG. That means that they don't drop. I have killed so many different types of wolves in the game. And when none of them drop on any wolf except for the wolf pups, it's not an RNG issue. I've seen probably 100 wolf hearts from the wolf pups, 0 from any other wolf in the game. And I can go and kill like a few wolf pups, like 10 wolf pups in a few minutes and get 5 hearts. So yeah, it's not an RNG thing. It's they're not on the corpses. Like giant wolves don't drop wolf hearts. I've killed plenty of them. I should have seen at least 1 if they do. We need a luck stat for better RNG. Yeah, this is going to turn into Diablo. I plan on playing a Sal class, probably Ranger. Sal pots ain't my problem. Yeah. I mean, you want to know somebody that's got Sal for sure. That is much, much better. Especially since, like at level 60, what is it, 65% at level 60 if they cast Speed of the Wild on you? It's nice. Very nice. Tattered to patch trivial levels. Is this a problem? Lucky Charm, primary, secondary. A Lucky Charm in your inventory, in your like bag slot. That could be cool. I will test it today, implicit. I will do it today to see if the Timberwolves are dropping them or not. I'm not saying that they don't. They might just be more or less common on Timberwolves, but I know for a fact that not all wolves drop hearts. I know it for a fact. Like I can't. I'm not going to keep going over this over and over and over again. I am 110% positive that not all wolves in the game drop hearts. 110%, like 1,000% positive. I know for a fact they don't. Now, should they? Yes, but they don't. Timberwolves, I just got tired of killing them after like an hour because I never got one for an hour. And I was just like, I'm not dealing with this anymore. I know that I can go get them from lower level, easier to kill wolves. So I just went and do that. Gate pots, that's a different story. Reason as a ranger to farm mats for making gate. Yeah, gate potions are expensive. Somebody was saying they're like 50 gold now. I thought they were 10 gold. But I guess they went up to 50? That's nuts. 50 gold is way too much. The giant wolves would be 10 potions with their size of the hearts. Yeah. Giant wolves do not drop hearts because holy moly, they should drop like 5 hearts. Those things are huge. Request to implement tents. Yeah, I agree with this. Shelter. Having some sort of shelter. The issue is though, like when you build a fire, it places it on the ground where you're standing. If you add in tents, it's going to just like, well, where does it go? Where does the tent go? Can it just appear? What if you're sitting in a very small area? You know? They're going to have to add a lot more programming into where tents can actually be placed. Fires can be placed almost anywhere. They're pretty small. So. Does rain affect fires? People give such bad info. No, rain does not affect fires. Rain affects if you're able to gain the rested buff. So to get the rested buff, it cannot be raining, and you have to be next to a fire to get the rested buff. Or you can be next to a fire and sheltered, and it can be raining. So rain or sandstorm prevents the rested buff. That's all it does. Rain doesn't affect the fire directly. Doesn't do anything to the fire. It still gives you the warmth of a campfire buff, but you don't gain rested if it's raining or a sandstorm. So just find like a cliff. Like what I do is I put a fire next to a cliff, and then I get right up against the cliff. And usually if you're up against the cliff, it will give you some sort of shelter. If you have the shelter buff, you will gain the rested buff. And you're next to a campfire. So hopefully that makes sense. Early tailoring levels. I find it odd that my bottleneck for getting tailoring early levels based on mining and smithing. Why? Would be nice to have some cloth and did some recipes that can allow us to level through to pouch instead of being stuck behind mine. If you're having trouble with tailoring, take 2 pieces of cloth and put it into a tailoring kit and hit combine. Level tailoring. It's really easy. Two of any cloth and hit combine. You may not craft something, but it will attempt to craft something and you will gain skill. Tip of the day. Same thing with leather. 2 of any leather, put it into a leather working bag, hit combine. It will give you skill. You may not craft anything, but you will gain skill. Who are these people? That's what he's saying right there. That's what Jerry Seinfeld is saying. Who are these people? Let's see. What else can we look at? Beastmaster, taming updates. Recent changes really helped me make the taming pet feel nice. Sheltered helps combat rain to get rested while next to a fire. Yep. You need sheltered to during rain. Yep. That's what it is. Little known fact. Although I think if you're in the inn, this is what's kind of weird. If you go to Night Harbor Shady Bloom Inn, there is no roof, but I think technically you're still sheltered inside of there. I believe. Little huts or tents might be cool in the field. Yeah, there's little huts and tents everywhere. Just find an overhang and sit underneath it with a campfire. That's where all camp spaces should be. Find an overhang, and you'll get the sheltered buff. Let's see. Squirrel. What is this? We need squirrels. Taming, swarming, and transforming into them. Oh, that's nice. That is nice. That guy's nuts. I'd be okay with a squirrel pet. I think they could get it, yeah. Maybe Ranger Hearth ability. Pitches a tent. Well, that's what people are trying to get right now, is they're trying to get like the carpentry skill to add in some sort of whatchamacallit, some sort of shelter. And I agree. I think that having a shelter would be a good idea. It's more about being able to place it. Because when you put down a campfire, it just puts it at your feet. Whereas if you build a shelter, it's going to be much larger than that. And then it's going to clip into things, and it's just not going to look good. So, called Ramp Tank, Ranger Gate. Yeah, just die. That's Ranger. Ranger Gate is dying. Then get rezzed back. Supplication changed to no proc. What do y'all think of Supplication no longer providing the mana regen on hit and instead being part of the spell? I think a lot of people like that. That was way back when, though. He changed that a while ago. What's the most recent? 34 minutes ago. Yeah, I don't like the idea that clerics have to melee to get the full potential out of their class. I don't like that idea at all. That should be an option. Like meleeing cleric should be an option. Meleeing wizards should be an option. Not a requirement. Let's see. Level 48 cleric here. The multiple attempts to make the cleric into a melee character is coming across very odd from both a fantasy practicality perspective. It's okay. I mean, I agree. I don't like the idea. Like, that's what we were just saying. Don't force melee on non-melee classes. You know? I mean, but there's other people that are like, but I want a battle cleric. I tell those people to play a paladin. You want a battle cleric, play a paladin. But I want to be able to heal really well. Well, then play a cleric. Like, it's the problem is that I see with a lot of these make my character this way posts is it's basically they want you, they want everything. They want to be the best healer in the game, also want to be able to do damage, also want to be able to take a hit, and it's just like you just want everything. You got to give up something to gain something. That's my take on it anyway. How are druids feeling right now? Druid wish list from Atomic Frog. Atomic Frog is their accountant, by the way. I just learned that the other day. Like literally the dev's accountant. Have you played the D&D arcade cleric? Melee all the way? I have played a battle cleric in D&D 5th edition. And it's fun, sure. But they give up. Like, you can't play a life cleric and be a battle cleric, really. Like, you have to choose the right deity or the right path or whatever if you want to be a good battle cleric. So you're giving up the better heals. So yeah, I agree. Clerics need to heal. So why melee? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Do you want to be the best healer or do you want to be able to melee? Same thing when it comes to the tanks. As a fighter, I'm giving up so much utility so that I can be the better tank. If I wanted to have more utility, I would play a different class, like a Shadow Knight, a Paladin, or an Inquisitor, because I get a lot more utility out of those, but I shouldn't be a better tank. So, you know, you got to give up something to gain something. And too many people that play MMOs don't understand that. Well, this class has it, therefore I should have it. And I see it all the time. It's way too common. And unfortunately, in some cases, the devs have given into that. And they have said, okay, well, we'll give you what this other class has. I feel like the Shaman recently with their cold nuke line is because, well, druids have cold or fire nukes, so Shaman should get cold nukes. And now we have it to where Rangers have the fire nukes, so now Beastmasters get the cold nukes. And it's like, well, Beastmasters, they're not going to use it. Why are we giving it to them? Like, they're lower level spells. While they're casting the spell, they can't melee. Like, it makes the class worse if you use those spells. So why even put them on your ability bar? And if you're not going to put them on the ability bar, why even give them to the class in the first place? That's my take on it. Like, why are we doing all of these things for classes that no one is going to use? For the memes? You know, just to say, cool, I have it? If we're going to be starting to look at the memes and the thematic side of things and flavor, those are things, in my opinion, that we should be adding in after the main course, right? Like, once we get the classes in the way they're supposed to be played, to make them balanced across the board with the other classes, you know, make your DPS DPSers, make your tanks tanks, make your healers healers, make your utility classes, get what they need to make their role work. Then add in the memes, the fun, the thematic, the all of those fun things, add those in afterwards. So yeah. Why does this conversation happen every stream? Because it's a big problem. It's a big problem, Burl. The mindset leads to retail WoW design where every class can do everything, essentially. Yeah. Rangers are getting wizard spells now, just like Elementalists. Like the Inferno. I agree. Yeah. It's crazy. Criddle, how has Ranger become the true Spellblade? Feels strong, man. I mean, yeah, Spellblade is still the most powerful class in the game. Period. It is the most powerful class in the game. Highest DPS, one of the best tanks. If it's tanking, it does even more DPS. It is insanely strong. It's going to get nerfed, guys. It's going. Nick said he has agreed that a tanking Spellblade is like a demigod. He didn't say those exact words, but he agrees that they're too strong and they're going to be nerfed. So I guess where we're going with this is play the class the way it's intended to be by the time early access hits and give feedback based on that. Don't try to be like, okay, the Spellblade is the strongest class in the game right now. I'm just going to play Spellblade when early access hits because it's the strongest class in the game. It will not continue to be that way. It's going to get nerfed. It will absolutely get nerfed. Druid tree form needs to give shelter. That would be a good idea. I like that. Would feel super awesome to be able to do that. Yeah. Dude, that's a good idea. Let's put that in the thing. Let's go to Druids. Where's Druids? Druid. Right here. Druid wish list. Druid tree form needs more. What are we going to say here? The regen on Druid tree form is low and kind of worthless, but adding... we're not going to say that. I'm not going to say what it is currently because that's just kind of redundant. Maybe add sheltered to the tree form. We're just going to put that. Boom. We're just going to make it super simple because it needs more. It needs more. And we're going to go ability and click. I agree with that. Yeah. Let people harvest you. Just get like an axe and just start chopping you down. And it should chunk at your HP every time they chop you down and get a piece of wood out of you. I think that's a really good idea, Helter Smelter. Add shelter to trees. Yeah. It'd be fantastic. Fantastic idea. Some classes need more work than others. The spells, skills get spread out. Too many classes. They're used in uniqueness. I agree with that implicit. Yeah, a lot. Like, I think that we need to stop trying to add meme abilities, fun abilities, those kind of things to these classes that don't need them. And we need to start focusing more on getting those abilities into the classes that do need them. Rogue right now needs so much love. Recently, the only thing that changed with Rogue was the increased damage to backstab. I don't know if it was enough or not. It was about a 25% increase across the board, but it's not technically a 25% increase. Anyway, whole thing there. But Rogue needs more. It needs its poison kit in. I don't think we need to be adding skills to other classes until we get poison worked out. Let's get poison working. Slash Key, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate it, bud. Heyo, how you doing? But yeah, actually, yeah, maybe Druid tree form could have a shed wood ability that drops like 10 wood in exchange for half your HP. Yeah, something like that. Give Road explosive jacket. Solved. Wow, that's a Pantheon reference I didn't expect to hear. Yeah, let's give rogues explosive jackets. What the heck, man? My rogue did 100 HP ambush, 100 HP backstab at level 19 with a sanguine back claw. I don't know if that's good or not, to be honest. Like, I don't know what's good damage at level 19. It's with Fury. So, like, it's not. Like, what is a wizard doing at level 19 with a nuke? I would think more than 100 damage. Right? I would think a couple hundred damage, which means that a rogue should be doing something similar. They're doing 180-ish? Okay, then maybe 100 damage is okay, because you have to also think a rogue is constantly hitting a mob for melee damage. A wizard is only doing nukes. So if a rogue's backstab is equal to a wizard nuke, then a rogue is much better than a wizard because they're also doing additional damage. Rogue ambush should absolutely feel like a wizard nuke? No, it should not. Because rogue ambush is in addition to their backstab, or in addition to their melee attacks. They're not equal. A wizard is only nuking once every so often, whereas a rogue is backstabbing about the same, but constantly doing other damage. Ambush with backstab together? Maybe, yeah. Yeah, and a wizard gets resisted and is out of mana. Yeah, wizard also get resisted a fair amount. Yeah, with magic. Yeah, without magic break. Yeah. So that's the problem, is we can't really say that the big hit of a rogue is equal to the big hit of a wizard. That's the same argument that I have with wizards and elementalists. Right now, elementalists have basically the same spells as wizards. They're only like at the high level, level 50 plus, they're only 2 levels behind the wizard. So to make up for the difference of the nukes, the elementalist also has a pet that does, not a lot of damage, but a decent amount of damage, and can tank for them and gives them other utility like mana regen or damage shields and all those kind. So like, they're just not on par. Like a wizard, when a wizard nukes something, it should be noticeable. It should be a big deal because they don't have anything else. Now, if we were to take wizards and add in the D&D style cantrip to wizards, saying something like a wizard can sit here and use their wand and fling like fire bolts or something at the enemy without using mana, then we could say, okay, now they're doing that. The rogue is stabbing them with their weapons. So now when they do their nuke or they do the backstab, those could be equal because they're now doing consistent damage plus big hits. So we got to keep them fairly equal, right? You're right. Rogue should not feed chunk like a wizard. I mean more like a wizard nuke. Yeah, wizard nuke should just be much, much, much higher. With Fury on, it will feel nukish. Yeah, I mean when you add them all together, sure, right? When you add ambush with backstab and Fury, like everything all together, like and you fully buff up a rogue, then yeah, they should have a pretty big backstab. I think that there should be abilities like for rogues specifically, an ability like ignore armor. So like they have a cooldown where you click the button and it completely ignores the armor of the target for 12 seconds. And they're just sitting there just like stabbing them in all of the little, sweet spots. They're not missing any, they're not hitting any armor. And 100% 100% hit rate. They don't hit armor for 12 seconds, right? Something along those lines. So they're just doing more. When I ambush and land backstab at the same time, it feels like bam, gotcha. It doesn't at the moment. Yeah, and I do think that they should feel pretty good about that. I want a chance for random double backstab starting at level 20 or 30 instead of crits. I think they should get crits. But, I mean, yeah, double backstab I wouldn't say is bad. I think that fighters and monks both get, fighters get double rend at some point. I don't know what level. And double backstab happens at level 50, Kuros. Well, there you go. That might be the same thing for fighters, and then the monks with their round kicks. They get double round kick at some level. So, yeah. But yeah, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Rogues just need more love. I think the problem right now with rogues is the poison. They don't have that poison skill in yet, and once they add in that poison skill, I think it's going to change rogues quite considerably. Because it's going to give them more utility. It's going to give them actual poisons, which could be dots that do damage. Although I think that dots are terrible right now. Dots are just in a bad place because I still think time to kill is too slow. What do you all think? Do you think time to kill is too high or too low right now? Like in your honest and tell me the level. Like don't just be like it's too high or it's too low. I think time to kill is too low across the board. But that's me. At what level range have you played, and is it too high or too low? Because the reason I say it's too low is because dot classes are worthless in a group. If you're a necromancer, you're pretty much worthless in a group. You're just going to have to see necromancers soloing. Now, necromancers are one of the better solo classes, so they can get away with not being in a group, and that's okay. But I think we should still encourage them to be in a group. And if you can't encourage a necromancer to be in a group, then why would you play a necromancer? Shaman are the same thing. We gave Shaman direct damage ice nukes, cold nukes, whatever, because druids had fire nukes. Well, why don't we just make the Shaman dots better by making time to kill longer so that the dots are actually effective? That's my take. Mobs overall have too much HP starting around level 30. Well, that's a different thing completely though, right? Time to kill is associated to too much HP, and that's the argument that I keep hearing is time to kill, in my opinion, is too low, but then mobs have too much health. So how do we fix that? Well, you increase resist, you increase armor, but then wizards, if you increase resist, wizards are going to be like, oh my god, I can never hit them, I can never land a spell on a mob. We got to figure out the balance here. We have to. Increasing the health increases time to kill to allow dots to be worthwhile. But as Kuros said, now it just feels like a health sponge, and that's another problem altogether. Good for low levels, 1 to 14, you think is good? Wizard's Nuke getting something like a Calamity proc to double hit would certainly make feel impactful. That could be something cool, yeah. I like the idea of wizards using the D&D cantrips where they're just able to actually do some damage. Necros, the life tap as a nuke. Yeah, that's what they do. When I got my group level 20 and a group of just life tapping as a DD contributing while exactly. That's what they do is necromancers use life tap rather than dots because dots are pointless. They're just absolutely pointless. By the time you get the dots on, the mob is dead. So it's just a waste of mana. Basically a mana battery in groups. Yeah, necros are a mana battery. Yeah. Mobs overall have too much HP starting around level 30. More like mobs have too few HP pre-level 40. And that's another side of it, right? You have two flip sides. You have two people that feel like mobs don't have one says mobs have too much HP and another says they don't have enough. I guarantee you the difference is soloing versus group. If you are soloing, you're going to feel like mobs have too much HP. If you're in a group, mobs don't have enough HP. That is my take on it. I think that mobs don't have enough HP. I'm 99.9% of the time grouping to kill stuff and playing a melee class. Even when soloing as a 50 plus necro, you can put 2 full durations on a mob and still alive. Exactly. You're talking about solo, right? And yeah, I'm in a group 24/7. There you go. Literally, like I nailed it. The person saying that mobs have too much HP is soloing, and the person saying that mobs have too little HP is in a group. That's where we need to find that balance, right? We need to find that balance because we should be, in my opinion, we should be focusing on group gameplay and Monsters and Memories. I don't think that we should completely disregard the solo player. I think soloing should be an option, and some classes should be better at solo than others. However, we should be encouraging as much group play as possible. And the devs have even stated that is what this game is. It is a group-driven game. You should be grouping as much as you can, and that's what they're trying to do. But if you don't incentivize grouping, then people will not group. So we have to incentivize it. Right now, it's incentivized quite a bit to group, but with that, time to kill has gone down to like sub 20 seconds on a lot of mobs. When you get to like the high level stuff, you might have a mob that's 30, 40 second kill, but when you have a dot class like a necromancer, they have 3 dots that they can put on an enemy. By the time they cast their 3rd dot, the enemy's dead. So they could put 1 dot on their 30-second dot that has an upfront damage cost and then does all of the damage in 30 seconds. That dot's worth it. But any other dot's not worth it. And I think that's a problem. I hate Necromana Battery. It becomes a crutch and turns Necro into a boring class. A Duracell Battery, yeah. Increase mana given, put a 5-minute cooldown so people don't use that crutch. I mean, yeah, that's another way to look at it. People are complaining right now that the Bard, with the recent changes to the Bard is now a boring class. And because they can no longer swarm kite entire zones, getting way too much XP. So you have 2 completely separate views on this. One is, I like to be able to charm kite and swarm kite and stuff with a Bard. I think it's a fun way to play the class. It makes it not boring. But if you take that away, now the class is boring and all they do is just sit there and sing songs over and over and over, and they're pretty much worthless. So like there's people that are kind of arguing both sides of it, but you got to think the swarm kiting ruins the game for a lot of people. For the Bard, it's nice. For everyone else that's not a Bard, it ruins it. And that's the problem, I think. Now make it a shaman. Oh, dude, yeah. Healers versus, yeah. Oh my gosh, dude. Yeah, it's awful. Healers versus like a necromancer. If you're not fear kiting as a necromancer, and if you're playing a healer and you try to like root rod or something, oh my, you just can't kill him. You just can't kill him. I would love to have an auto as a mage. Yeah, I think that I would love to see that too. Some sort of auto attack type thing, but then you're not going to be sitting down and damaging, right? So like some people want to play a wizard type class that just sits there, meditates, and then big nukes. They don't want to have to turn on auto attack, which is where I was saying that I think like the D&D style cantrip, I think that's a good idea. I like that idea, but that's because I wouldn't mind that play style. I think it would be a fun play style. It would be like playing a rogue or a ranger or something along those lines where you're actually meleeing and then also doing additional skills. But some people want to have the sit down, stand up nuke, sit down, stand up nuke play style. And I think that we need that. We just got to find a balance. Classes that do damage for free, melee pets are doing a lot of damage. So in a group, those classes just carry like a buzzsaw. Yeah, they do. They do. I'm not disagreeing. I think that melee classes and I think that pets have been too powerful for too long and now are in a better place. But now people are complaining that pets are too weak. Pets aren't doing enough damage. Pets can't tank very well, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm not saying that they can. I agree they are way less in damage and they don't tank as well as they used to. But if you make pets do too much damage and tank too well, you start replacing players. And if a pet can replace a player, that's a problem. So that guy whined about the Bard being slightly nerfed, has no objectivity at all. His feedback is totally worthless. I don't disagree with you. You know, I think that the person that complained about the Bard, it's a topic, by the way. What we're talking about right now is up here in the closed discussion forum, so I don't want to go over, you know, exactly. But basically, the thing is that Bards were nerfed recently to where they break more often, and he was saying that it makes the Bard a boring class. I don't like to be the person that says stuff like this, but maybe that is not the class for you then, right? Just like Monsters and Memories is not the game for you. And I hate when people say that, because it's kind of like alienating certain players. Oh, well, maybe this isn't the game for you. Go back and play WoW, you dumb. I don't like that. I think that there is a place for every type of player in Monsters and Memories. I really do. Whether you're a casual player that likes to have like low APM, or a hardcore player with high APM and a lot of skills and things. I think there's different classes for every player type. But Monsters and Memories is a slower paced game in general. Just across the board, it's just slower. So if your perspective is, I can't do anything that is objectively overpowering, is boring, you might need a mental adjustment. I don't disagree, Italica. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the issue. That's where this person was kind of going is, I liked my class, my Bard, being overpowered and being able to gain, a level an hour, at level 30. Like, it's just ridiculous. Like, the Bard was way too strong. Anybody that says Bard, Charm, Kiting was not strong is clearly playing a Bard and not looking at any other class in the game. They don't care about any other class. They don't care about the balance between classes. They don't care about anything except for their class being the strongest. When Charm gets hit, it has a chance to break, so you can still charm one mob and fight another single mob. You just can't have 5 mobs hitting you. And that's the idea, but it's not really working out that way. So they need to tweak it some more. Nick needs to get in there and just tweak it some more and figure out a good middle ground, right? Bards are great pullers, CC utility. If they get bored, I don't even think they're great pullers. I wouldn't want a Bard pulling in my party, but they are better pullers than some classes. I would agree. Solo Swarm Kiting MMO is weeb stuff. I don't like it. Let wizards nuke. Let spell blades cast from their weapon. Yeah. Have spell blades channel. Bard pullers are awesome, you found? The reason I don't like Bard pullers is because what happens if they aggro 5 mobs? What do you do? They can't feign death. They can't clear their aggro. They have to then start to try to, like, incoming 5. I'm going to mez 1. I'm going to charm 1. Okay, that takes care of 2. We still have 3. Well, then as an Inquisitor, you mez them. So that's the thing. If you have an Inquisitor or an Enchanter in your group, then anyone can pull, because it's just like, pull the whole room and have the Inquisitor and Enchanter mez it, right? That makes anybody a puller. That doesn't make a Bard a good puller. That just makes anybody pull anything. Monks are still the best pullers in the game, because they can actually split pull things. Class is strong, but has no identity. Like I said, Ranger has stolen it with infusions. I think Ranger now is getting too much. Right? Ranger now is getting to the point they have infusions on their weapons. They have infusions on their range, on like their bow procs. They're basically becoming spellblades very quickly. They just do less damage than a spellblade does with their infusions. They're quote unquote infusions. They're not infusions. They're just different. But pets do plenty of damage. I mean, I'm not going to disagree with that. I think pets do plenty of damage. But people that are playing pet classes, same way as Bards, right? Bards that are swarm kiting don't want you to take away their swarm kiting ability. Pet classes that use their pets want their pets to do more damage, want them to be able to tank better. Everybody wants to be better at what they already do, thinking that every other class is better. And it's like, maybe they're not all better. Bard is way stronger than any other class solo because of their swarm kiting. It's night and day difference. Necromancers are also very good soloers, but Bards can still solo way better. I played a Bard to 40 using Charm, and I personally prefer to do 1v1 when charming, so I don't know. It's fine to me. Well, that's the problem. Like, just because you prefer to do 1v1 doesn't mean that swarm kiting is not too strong. Like, I prefer to play a fighter, right? But that doesn't mean that, I still think that fighters do too much damage. They're better now. They're 5% worse than they were before. But I think that fighters need other things. So, yeah. Good morning, Rights. How you doing, bud? Let them mez rotate everything. Yeah. Can mez multiples, but it might take them out of the fight. Well, yeah, it would take them out of the fight. As a monk, the placate unity changes made FD pulling far more valuable. Well, they changed those back. The placate unity changes are now reverted back to what they were before. So now you can placate the same way that you could prior, which then does make monk FD pulling less valuable. When a bunch of classes can solo pull camps more easily than monk, it makes monk rather unnecessary. I agree, yeah. Is there a reason to be an archer over a ranger? Yes, there are skills for archer that rangers don't get, specifically the what is it called? Not disenchant, dispel. So like dispel magic, basically they have a dispelling shot that strips buffs off of the mob, right? Archers are also supposed to be better DPS than rangers. Right now, I would argue that they are not. I think that Spellblade, Ranger, Beastmaster are probably up there, the top 3 DPS right now. Archers, Rogues, and Wizards are supposed to be the top DPS, period. They're just because they don't have the utility of the other classes. So that's a balancing thing that they're trying to figure out and trying to find the place for. Eventually, though, archers will be better DPS. Archers are far better DPS than rangers right now. I would argue they're pretty close with the new updates to the ranger, and the ranger has far more utility than the archer does. Remember to FD while FD to clear aggro on monks. Yeah, double FD definitely helps out for sure. Yeah. Earning respect out with these base takes. I like it. Yeah, no worries. But yeah, Archer should be the best DPS in the game. They also have the dispelling shot, which is huge. Like, people don't realize how big dispel is. Archers, wizards, Shaman, and Inquisitor are the only 4 classes in the game. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe you guys know of another one. The only 4 classes in the game that can remove buffs off of their target. So when you get to level 40, 50 plus, those are huge. Damage shield, speed of the wild, rapidity. Those skills, if you have a mob that has a damage shield and rapidity on it, just say goodnight. Say goodnight. You're done. Did I not say wizard? Archer, wizard, shaman, and Inquisitor. Right? Those are the 4. Paladin is nice for removing damage shield instantly. What do they use to remove the damage shield? I didn't even know they had something to remove damage shields. Like it specifically targets the damage shield and removes it. Mark of the Crusader. That's where it heals you when you damage them? Is that what you're talking about? I prefer to play monk. If Mend could be a complete heal on a 5-second cooldown, I think that's balanced. Well, if Mend was a complete heal, then it would be lay on hands, and that would take away from the paladin. Right? I think that would, yeah. Removes damage shield and it heals the group. I'm not saying remove it, but just bring it in line. Well, which one? This is my argument against Enchanter Charm. If Enchanter is higher DPS than your supposed top DPS classes, then what are we? Yeah. I agree. I think Charm right now is overpowered. Some people would disagree, especially those that play a class that has Charm. The reason Charm is overpowered is because a charmed enemy is more DPS than any other player in the party. Period. It is just more DPS. And then the Enchanter still has their advantage of being able to mez, have the best haste in the game. They can slow mobs. They have the a bunch of other buffs, right? They've got a bunch of utility that they have at their disposal, and then they can charm a mob and be the best DPS. There is the risk versus reward factor to that, and I do factor that in, but depending on the level that you're doing it, it's easy to keep a mob charmed and becoming the best DPS in your party. Hang on. So if an enchanter basically is the best DPS and can enhance your party more than any other class can, therefore an enchanter is like the number one person you want to put in your party. If you don't have an enchanter in your group, you're at a huge disadvantage compared to all other classes. So, it's just something that they need to look at. You're memeing? Oh, you're memeing? Okay, yeah. Healing shields tend. I don't get memes sometimes. Like sarcasm is hard to read through text. Healing shields tend to remove damage shields on enemies. Yeah, more of a side effect than a primary use. Okay, I didn't realize that it removed the damage shield. That's actually interesting. Hey, what's going on, Xander? How you doing, bud? I didn't realize that they did that. So that makes paladins really strong. People keep saying that paladins are not strong, and I keep saying, I don't know, I think they're pretty good. Paladins are pretty good tanks. That right there, that alone, being able to remove a damage shield with one spell off of a paladin is huge. Absolutely. Do you know how hard it is to remove damage shields off of any enemy in the game? Usually speaking, if a mob has a damage shield on it, it has at least 3 other buffs. That means you have to strip off 3 other buffs before you get to the damage shield, because the damage shield is almost always the first buff cast. If it's the first buff cast, it's the last buff you remove with Dispel Magic type abilities. So that means you have, and it's 12 seconds for each Dispel Magic. So that means it's going to take you 48 seconds. Well, it's going to take you 36 seconds before you can remove the damage shield of any fight. So that's huge. They're not factoring in all this stuff. Like, you have to remove minimum 3 other buffs before you get to the damage shield. In most cases, it's like 6 or 7 buffs, meaning that you're just never going to remove the damage shield. Not going to happen. Most of the resist issue is immune issue. Yeah, I think they need to remove. What do you guys think about that? Immunity on named. I think that named should not be immune to everything automatically. Certain named, sure, make them immune to certain things if it fits their character or whatever. But just being immune to Mez, immune to Charm, immune to Root and Snare and Stun, being immune to those just because it's a named mob, I disagree with. Beasts can only tame white or lower. Might be onto something. I agree with that. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I think charm mobs, when they break, should be immune to taunt and be more resistant for 12 seconds. I like that too, Setfer. That's a good change to those, and it makes the risk higher. The reward is already there. I just don't think that the risk and the reward are equal right now. I think that the risk for charming a mob is way lower than the reward you get. And if they make it to where they can't be taunted, or they can't be, they gain more magic resist for a little bit, something along those lines. Absolutely. That would change it. People would do it far less. You have a level 50 paladin, you like it? Yeah, paladins are, I think they're strong. Do you think paladins' abilities will be more fleshed out? I think that paladins will get a look. Yes. I think that they're going to get a look, and I think they'll get a few more things. I'm a big believer that we need to separate hybrids from all of their parent classes more. Should a paladin get some things from a cleric and some things from a fighter? Absolutely. But it shouldn't be everything from a fighter or a cleric. That shouldn't be what paladins are. And they're not. I mean, the auras that all of the hybrids have obviously are not. Certain things are not exclusive now to those classes, which is good, but I think we need to have more separation. I don't think that Shadow Knights honestly should get a pet. I just think that they shouldn't get a pet. Like, just because a Necromancer has a pet doesn't mean Shadow Knight should. Now, the Shadow Knight pet has that sacrifice thing where they get their damage shield. I mean, not damage shield, but their rune shield that they get from sacrificing their pet. So I don't know. I just think that they need to separate them more. That's all I'm going to say. A Beastmaster should not have the cold nukes because the Shaman got cold nukes. I don't even think the Shaman should have cold nukes. So the Beastmaster definitely shouldn't have the cold nukes. I think, why? Why does a Ranger get all of the fire line spells just because a Druid has them? Doesn't make sense. Like, no. Separate them. Just because you give them to the parent class doesn't mean that we should have them. Anyway, I think a lot of us agree on that. Immunity is bad and higher resist makes more sense. Yeah, I think higher resist on named should absolutely be a thing. Named and their placeholder should be immune to charm specifically. That's a pure griefing tool otherwise. Charm makes sense. Yeah, Italica, I could see that. But the making a named immune to root and snare and stun, I don't understand. I don't understand. You're going to play PvP? No. I avoid PvP like the plague in games like this. I don't like it. There are too many pet classes as is. I agree. Yesterday I was running with my group and we had 4 pets in my group. Like, what the heck, guys? Because we have an elementalist, a necromancer, an enchanter, and a druid in my party. And then me as a fighter and a monk. And it's like, I was running through a zone with all 5 of them on auto follow and their pets. I had 9 things following me through the zone. Pets aren't bad, but the problem with pets is too many classes get them. So then we have to balance around pets way too much and it just becomes a whole thing. The pets, just having every class gets a pet, like, come on. We don't need every class getting a pet. I think that shaman pets and druid pets should be companions at best. They should basically be doing almost no damage. They should be low level, and they should be giving some other benefit to the party. Not giving them more damage that they can. I just don't like that. I don't know. I disagree with it. In-game paladin heals are equivalent to clerics. I think that will change soon. Just speculation. Well, that's the way it was previously. Paladins were doing really good heals for a while, and then they changed it. I don't know how they are now, but they are pretty good healers. I don't think they should be the best healers, for sure. Maybe give SK a short cast, short duration pet on a long cooldown. Maybe. But, I mean, don't they have, like, the harm touch ability? I don't know what it's called in this, but don't they have that? That's their equivalent. That's their thing. What do you think about clerics having a lot of melee skills? I don't like it. I don't like it. Clerics should be healers. Like, I think that we have a place in this game for that, right? There's too many classes to choose from. We have 18 classes. If you don't want to be a primary healer, if you want to play a cleric that is a battle cleric, just play a paladin. Play something else that is a battle class, right? Don't play a cleric unless you want to heal. Like, that's what their role is in this game. If pets are the reason you are excluding a specific person or class from a group, they're bad design. Well, that is the problem right now, right? Like, would you rather have a pet class in your party? Would you rather have an elementalist in your party or a wizard in your party? I would rather have an elementalist. Why? Because at least the pet's doing damage, and I get a benefit from the pet from mana regen, extra melee attacks, damage shield, whatever the pets are doing. I get a benefit from them all of the time. 100% of the time, that pet is contributing. Whereas a wizard, if they run out of mana, are completely worthless. So I would much rather have that. I was always happy with my awkward bear pet. Yep, let me scroll up. Druid and EQ, I'd be okay if it was always 30 levels below just for farming low-level mobs. Yeah, exactly what Setfer's saying. That's where I think, like, the awkward bear pet that's way lower level, that doesn't really do anything. I don't see a reason why the druid or shaman have a pet that is equal to that of an elementalist. They're doing the same damage. It makes no sense to me. Auto follow on a no-box server. Be prepared to be reported. I know. I'm so scared about being reported because my group, I don't have a group that doesn't play the game. I have a group of extremely lazy people. So they auto follow me everywhere and they minimize. They just have like a little single button that they push on their keyboard to nuke things. They assist critical attack, assist critical nuke, assist critical send pet. That's all they do. It looks like I'm boxing 5 characters all the time, but I'm not. I assure you, I'm not. It's going to be a problem. Before I zoned, the tame pets hit 10 to 80 or 20 to 80, level 33. When he zones, normally hits for 2. There's a bug right now, if that's what you're talking about, in the tame pets for Beastmasters. There's a bug where they lower their level when you zone. I don't know what the issue is, but that's a thing. I agree there's too many pets. I disagree with the post and wizard section wanting to give wizard familiars for that reason. I think that wizards should get familiars, but I think that wizards should get familiars to boost their damage, like a fire familiar that increase their fire damage nukes or something, or gives them light, or gives them mana regen, and they can have different familiars up for different reasons. I would be okay with that, but they should not be attacking. The familiar on a wizard should not be doing damage. However, Nick has said this recently that they do not have a way to make non-combat pets in the game right now. But yeah. I don't want classes to be balanced in any way. I want to experience playing a class that isn't hyper-tuned to each other class. I mean, to say not balanced in any way, I think is a bad thing. They have to balance them. If they don't balance them, then there's a problem. They have to balance the classes. Otherwise, you're just going to have a lot of one class. Whichever class is the most powerful, you're going to have a lot of. So you have to balance them. Now, should they be perfectly balanced? No, they should not. They like perfectly balancing a 18 classes across the board is not going to be possible. It's just not. Death Touch versus Lay on Hands. Both of them are 30 minutes. Yeah, and I'm okay with that. Clerics should be undisputed best healers, undisputed best AC HP buffers. I agree with that, but I mean, that's because of my EQ background, right? That's where that comes from, but I do agree with that. I was always playing Cleric during open play tests. I want to sit there and heal personally. Yeah, and I think that's why we need Clerics and Wizards to be low APM classes where you sit down, you meditate, and you do one ability every now and then. I totally agree with that. We're on the same page here. The melee stuff for Cleric seems clunky, and I think we should be casting spells mostly. Yeah, I agree. Can add some Battle Cleric flavor to clickies or unique items. I think Sean mentioned something like that. Yeah, well, they're talking about having some sort of meme-type specs, like the bear right now for the Shaman. Shaman going into bear form and having the ability to maul, or the Necromancer getting their vampiric aura thing that they can do where they're proccing life taps. Those are meme type builds that if you want to play that way, sure, you can. It's going to be suboptimal, and it should be more just because you think it's fun. But we need to get the main class in first, get the abilities in for all the classes, and get the how you play the classes fleshed out first before we start adding in all the meme stuff. Can add some Battle Cleric. I read that. Okay. Wizard is taught. It's tough to balance. Spell haste is kind of really important. Spell haste is one of the worst things for wizards. It's pointless. Other than getting a spell below 6-second cast time so that you can get those meditation ticks, there is no reason to have spell haste on a wizard. They can run out of mana very easily. And then what? Spell haste does nothing. So mana regen on a wizard is better. I think that crit chance on a wizard and being able to increase the crit chance on them is better. Things like that are going to be just ultimately better. Spell haste is better for like a healer so that they can get heals off before the tank dies, or get a cure off before, it ticks too many times, etc. I think that spell haste on a wizard is helpful, but it's not as good as people think it is. Have damage side with dots and casting heal. Yeah. I like my Battle Cleric in Monsters of Memories, and it feels distinctly different than my Paladin. I like both. I mean, and that's fine. You can like both. I just don't think there's a place for it. I'd rather err on the side of lots of abilities to choose from in versatility. I get that. I get that. I think that we should have a lot of abilities for versatility, but I think we need to get the baseline of each class out first. Get them in the game, and then start adding in these other things. Familiars should be temporary. That could be okay, yeah. Familiars were buffs and EQ, not attack pets. Yeah, and they don't have a way to do that in this game. Nick has literally said they do not have a way to put non-combat pets in the game. He says he thinks he knows of a way that he can do it, like a weird roundabout way of doing it, but they do not have non-combat pets in the game currently. Right now, as far as I know, all pets are equal across the board for the most part. Like, if a druid summons a pet, or a necromancer or an elementalist summons a pet, and that pet is level 50, all of those pets are going to be doing the same damage, which is a problem. I don't think it should be that way. I think we need to separate the pets. The elementalist pet should be stronger than any other pet. The necromancer pet probably do decent damage, but should be fairly brittle when it comes to being able to tank. The druid and shaman pets should be far worse than all of the other pets. That's my take, but it just makes sense for balance reasons. If you're talking about EQ type familiars, they were just a buff with a visual. Yeah, buff with a visual. So they weren't really pets. You couldn't control them or anything. Beast swarm pets are also temporary. Yep, they are. I think I should get attack. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up on some of this stuff. Low APM for healers is bad design, in your opinion? Why do you think that, Bam Bam Twitch TV? Why is any low APM bad design? Because and you can't say because you think it's boring. Other players might think differently. I think that low APM is boring. I think that playing a cleric is boring, but certain players like the low APM and they enjoy that type of gameplay. So I don't think it's bad design. I just don't think it's a class for certain people. And I think that Monsters and Memories does a really good job of having a variety of classes for different play styles. I think it's a great thing. Test it out. I went to Glass Flats, tamed a beetle, snake, and wolf. They're all light blue when tamed, just testing. But the difference is damage was insane, and I killed all 3 mobs with multiple times in case AC different. So are you saying that tamed pets are stronger? I think tamed pets are stronger. That's not a meme though. Bear form gives regen and wisdom, just like it does. Yeah, you're right, Haas. It does give you regen. It does give you a buff. The bear form does. But I'll use it as an example because of the maul side of it. Nick was saying that he wanted to add a maul proc to it, so you turn into a bear to be able to melee as a shaman, which I don't know. Wizard spell haste isn't just for the wizard. It gives them group utility. Absolutely. Yeah. I'm talking about spell haste in general for wizards. I don't think it's for, it shouldn't be like for wizards. Spell haste quad kiting. Yes. Yeah, that's true. Spell haste on a wizard that is quad kiting. Very strong. Very good. I think playtest in February. I suspect we'll get one in February. Yeah. Nick said that they wanted to do a playtest once a month from now until early access. They didn't do one in January because they've just been so busy trying to get some things started with the beta test coming up and the announcement of early access and all of that. So they didn't do one in January, but I definitely expect one in February for sure. Wait, what did you say about that? I missed something up there. Setfer responded to something that I think I missed, and I think it has to do with the druid tree form. Needs more. Because it roots you in place, and it gives you very, very minimal regen. It's not worth it. It needs more. Druid and Shaman pet should bring utility instead of damage focus. I agree with that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Thoughts on improving Elementalist tank pet's ability to tank or off tank? So I have very strong thoughts on that, Keith. I can talk about this for hours. I think that having the Elementalist Earth pet being a decent off tank temporarily is a good thing. But if they make the Earth Pet too good of a tank, it will replace tanks in other situations. We saw this in EverQuest. We saw this in Monsters and Memories. So I'm not just going to compare it to EverQuest, but in both of those games, at one point, Earth Pets from the Elementalist or the Magician in EverQuest were stronger than any other tank in the game, to the point that no tanks were needed. They were literally tanking raid bosses. So they have to be very careful with how they make pet tanking. Pets doing too much damage or able to take too much damage replaces classes in your party. And if a pet can ever replace a class, they are too strong. They should never, ever, 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 ever replace a class. Just the pet by themselves. This style of game is based around resource management, not APM. It is. But you can have high APM and resource management, and you can have low APM and resource management. So I think they're two separate things. Like, you don't, just because it's based on resource management doesn't mean you can't have a high APM class. Bards are very high APM class. They don't really have a resource that they use other than the duration of their spells. So they're constantly casting a new spell. Every 3 seconds or whatever, a bard should be using another spell or another song. So they're high APM. Whereas a cleric, low APM, and they're trying to maintain their mana. So you want to sit down, meditate to maintain resources, and they're low APM because of it. So I think they're two separate things. Personal preference, of course. So you're saying that, yeah, the cleric is just personal preference. Did we run out of songs? Hang on. Refresh. I'm just going to refresh the page.
Monday.com.
Oh no, we got a commercial.
We tried in the past. We tried other work management platforms.
There we go. Am I discussing changes in alpha or the changes available to the public? I don't discuss alpha. I discuss things that we know of, that everybody knows of, based on, like, we've seen all the patch notes, so we can discuss the patch notes because Nick posted those or talked about those in his stream on Friday. I do not discuss things that are only known in alpha. I don't do that. I played both high and low APM classes across a lot of MMOs. Sometimes I want to lock in and play a high APM class. Sometimes I'm a little sleepy and want to just play something relaxing. Yeah, and I think that this game does a good job of a variety of those things, right? I think it does a great job of having high APM, high skill cap classes, and low EPM and low skill cap classes. Not to say that a low APM class does not have a high skill cap, because they can. For example, a cleric, you could play a cleric that has a low APM but has a very high skill cap, because you need to know when to use rune shields, when to use healing spells, when to use damage immunities, when to sit down to meditate, when to use a stun. Very high skill cap for clerics, I think. Like, there's people that play a cleric that just sit down, stand up, heal, sit back down, and then stand up and heal and sit back down. If you're playing a cleric that way, that's fine. That's however you want to play the game. But if you want to play a cleric to its maximum potential, you'll be using those other skills. Those rune skins that they can put out, I believe, are a better mana to health ratio than the heals are. So using the rune skin, like, let your healer or your tank get low on health, use a rune skin or a damage immunity thing, and then heal them back up to full. Like, I'm telling you, man, like, you need to be playing a cleric a different way. Using stun is a better use of your mana than healing the damage that would happen. So every time you can use a stun, you should be using a stun on a cleric. It costs like 15 mana to stun the mob for like 4 or 5 seconds. That prevents several hundred damage potentially at higher levels that you would ultimately have to heal up otherwise. So they're very high skill cap classes that are low APM. Classes are going to feel different depending on where you are in the game and what gear you're wearing. Yeah, they are. Spell haste is good for hybrids. I would agree with that. Yeah, I would say that spell haste is good for a hybrid because they need to get the spell off faster, since they're, especially if they're tanking, right? Like shaman or not shaman, Shadow Knight and paladins and inquisitors that are currently tanking something. It's hard for them to get their spells off, so they need to have that spell haste. Absolutely agree with that. And group play, pet should ideally supplement roles, not replace players in those roles. Yes, I agree with that, Italica. They should, like the Elementalist water pet giving mana regen. That's great. That gives mana regen to the rest of the party. So if you have a very heavy mana usage party, you have a healer, you have a wizard, they're all using mana, whatever, then having that mana regen pet out is good. Now, I would switch it to the air pet if I had a very heavy melee party to get that additional main hand attack. So, yeah, totally agree. If doing damage to the mob as a cleric doesn't affect your healing or casting, isn't okay to be a battle if you choose. Leave all options for people is my stance. Well, so that's the problem, right? If you are meleeing as a cleric, you are not meditating. Therefore, you're not going to have the mana that you would need to heal when you need to heal. Mana cost in this game for healers is pretty substantial. When you get to especially the higher level content, you're going to be struggling to keep up with your mana as a primary healer for the group if you are not constantly meditating. So if you want to play the cleric as a stand up auto attack, sit down for the meditate tick, and then stand up auto attack, sit down for the meditate tick. If you want to sit down every 6 seconds and heal, that's up to you. Go for it. That does overall benefit the party because you're able to actually hit the mob and do a little bit of damage. The amount of damage that you're doing, though, is very minimal when compared to every other class in the game. That is a DPS or a tank or even the utility classes like a bard or an enchanter. Like they're going to be doing so much more damage. You're going to be doing very, 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 very little. And there's no fight in this game, to my knowledge, that is a DPS check, that you have to DPS it down faster. So there's no need for a cleric to get involved in melee. They are much better off meditating and making sure they have mana to heal. What class is your favorite so far? My favorite class, I like the Spellblade. I just think it's a really cool idea. I think it's too strong and I think it needs nerfs, but I like the idea of the Spellblade. The idea that you're a melee class that can proc and get big nukes off, and you have procs that are just super duper strong. I love the idea of the Spellblade. But I do think it's too strong and needs nerfed. If a mob dies faster, would I have longer to med? No, you're not going to have longer to med. So in this game, it depends on your play style of you and your party. I'm not going to say that every play style is going to be the same because it's going to be different. In my party, and what we do is we're constantly killing mobs. As soon as one mob dies, there should be another one at the camp to start fighting immediately. And it should be Mez sitting there waiting for the tank to grab it and start killing it 100% of the time. That's not the same play style as other people. Some other people might say, we're going to kill a mob, then we're going to go out and get another one. We're going to bring it back to camp. We're going to kill the mob. Then we're going to go out and get another one and bring it back to camp. Depending on which of those two play styles, your cleric might have plenty of mana. In my play style, my healer does not have enough mana to stand up, cast additional spells, melee, any of that kind of stuff, because they need that mana to be able to heal the tank because we're constantly fighting. Now, if if you're fighting a mob and then somebody's running out to get another one, while they're running out and running back, that's 2 or 3 or 4 mana ticks. So yeah, you could stand up as a cleric in melee while you have the mob there, and then while they're out pulling, you could be sitting down to meditate. Completely different playstyle. So it depends on the playstyle of you and your party, to be honest. People say the same thing about wizard if they are meleeing for their seal instead of medding. So yeah, right now as a wizard with the seal of magic, you need to be to min-max your wizard. You need to melee, sit down, melee, sit down. If you're not full mana, you need to make sure you're sitting on every single mana tick, on every med tick, right? Every 6 seconds you need to be sitting down so that you're getting your mana back. But you also need to be stacking that 20% more damage. You need to get 5 melee hits on the mob from your seal of magic so that when you nuke, you then do 20% more damage, and it overall is better. It's more mana efficient, right? So you never nuke on a wizard until you have 5 stacks, and you always sit down for every med tick. It's a terrible way to play the class. It is very high APM because an action, sitting down is an action. You got to stand up, auto attack, sit down, meditate, stand up, nuke, sit down, meditate, stand up, auto attack. You're actually hitting buttons a lot, very, very quickly. The 20% extra damage from wizard melee can be a huge benefit to the party. It is, yeah. It's a huge benefit, especially when you have a very heavy magic-focused party, for sure. I think Inquisitor should get a slow, but it's buff on them. But it's buff on them, so when the mob attacks them, they're slow. So like a damage shield slow. When somebody attacks I could see that, maybe, yeah. That would make sense for the Inquisitor. Whenever a melee enemy attacks the Inquisitor, there's a chance that they proc back a slow onto their target. I could see that. That might make them too strong, though. It would have to be a secondary slow and not a primary slow so that it stacks with primaries, but it won't stack with the secondary slows of the Ranger, the Bard, and the Spellblade. Those have secondary slows. And that way, when you get into a raid setting, the Inquisitor doesn't become the only tank, right? Like that would make the Inquisitor, if it wasn't a primary or secondary slow, it would make them the only tank. If it stacked with all other possible slows. But I think it's a really good idea. I think that's a great idea to have. My Battle Cleric Inquisitor duo easily has mana to kill continuously, and that's with minimal med breaks. Well, that's probably because you're not constantly killing. In a duo or a trio, oftentimes, and this is always my take on duos and trios and solos. Solo, duo, and trio are much more casual ways of playing than in a party of 6. In a party of 6, you need to constantly be fighting something. You have to have a mob ready to go. As soon as this mob dies, you need to be moving to the next mob. As soon as that one dies, moving to the next mob. No breaks whatsoever. In a solo, duo, or trio, however, every time you defeat an enemy, you usually have a small break where they're going out to get another mob and bringing it back. And that's anywhere from 10, 15, 20 seconds, depending on how far you have to run to get another mob. So there's always a little bit of a break in there. When you're solo, you usually burn all of your mana, and then you have several minutes of medding back to full before you solo another one. So like a really big break. So again, it comes down to play style, right? It's a huge play style difference. Yeah, you pull as fast as your mana will allow. Absolutely. 5 melee wings, regardless of missing or dodging, equates to 20% more magic damage from all sources. Yeah, it's huge. Nick did claim he was going to make changes to that, but we haven't seen it. Oh, to the wizard? Yeah, there are changes coming to the wizard. Yes, to where they're probably not going to have to melee anymore. That would drive me nuts as a pure mana class, having to stand up. Yeah, to min-max the wizard right now, it would drive me nuts. I do not want to play a wizard min-maxing right now. I would hate to do it. I personally like the option to go into melee a bit, change up the gameplay. Well, so here's my take on that. Instead of having a wizard and a spellblade, why not make one class, make it the Wizard Blade, and you can choose to be the class that nukes, that stands there and nukes, or you can switch over and play the melee driven side of it and have the procs and stuff. Like, if the idea of the wizard is to melee, you're just basically going, well, why not just make it a Spellblade? So that's where I say we need more separation. These hybrid classes need to feel like hybrid. They need to feel separate, right? They need to feel separate than the other parent classes. And right now, the way it is, it's like, well, wizards, a wizard doing their min-max has to melee, period. They have to. Otherwise, they're not doing their full potential. My hot take, you should only get meditate mana when sitting 6 seconds straight. Weaving something in between is bad. I also agree with that, Setfer. Like, I would agree with you on that. I don't like the idea that you can sit down once every 6 seconds for a millisecond and get that tick. If you can time it perfectly, you can just melee, 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 sit, melee, 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 sit, melee. Like, you could just do that all day if you are able to time it. It's a very high skill cap, right? Being able to do that, but yeah. Good morning. How you doing, Urkel? Or Rukel? Or Urukal? Whatever. I get names wrong all the time. Yeah. Wizard seems terrible. In my opinion, is terrible. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Is they're all they're different play styles, different strokes, different folks. I like how Pantheon did meditate. The longer you sit, the more mana tick, but it resets if you stand. I like and don't like that Bam Bam. I thought certain aspects of it were nice, but certain aspects of it kind of sucked. Like, if you, during a fight, while you were in combat, you didn't gain those mana ticks, right? You would just get the normal mana tick while you're in combat. But once that fight is over, if you had been sitting for 20 seconds, now your mana ticks are higher than if you immediately sit after the fight is over. So it kind of still encourages classes to be sitting while you're fighting if you want to maximize your amount of mana regen. So it still kind of did the same thing. It just did it in a different roundabout way. So I don't know. Some ways I liked it, some ways I didn't. EQ, you had to sit almost 5 to 8 seconds before you meditate. Did they do that in EQ? I thought EQ was just sit down at the meditate ticks. As long as you were sitting at the tick time, which is every 6 seconds, it would tick. It would be nice to talk to you in alpha about current changes, and the recent ones have fixed a lot of what we're discussing. We could talk about a lot of things in alpha on alpha. Yeah, hit me up if you want to talk about stuff. I will chat with you there about alpha stuff. We're not supposed to chat about stuff here, and rightfully so, because one of the reasons that they don't want us anybody talking about alpha and the changes that are happening on the alpha closed server is because those are constantly being changed, constantly being tweaked. If we were to come out and everybody was talking about things that are happening on alpha, there would be so much misinformation going everywhere because things literally can change 1 hour to the next. Things have been pushed to the alpha server and patched within an hour, and people would be like, oh my God, they changed this. And it would be a whole huge discussion about a bunch of crap that doesn't need to be discussed because it was just a bug. It was a problem, whatever. They like to tweak things and then push it out to the open servers, which totally makes sense. Absolutely makes sense. Wizard is out of mana constantly. The best thing you can do a lot of times is to melee to keep it 20. Yeah. So wizards are always out of mana. That's where the wizards are bad in this game. Wizards are bad in both this and in EverQuest because they're very similar. They're always out of mana. They just don't ever have mana. You never melee solo unless it's named. Yeah, I wouldn't melee as a wizard. Yeah, you just had to sit at the tick in EQ, but it was laggy and it desynced a lot. Yeah, that's what I thought. It was just sit at that. You only had to sit down for a millisecond in EverQuest. So like min-maxers, I don't think people realize the difference between a very high skilled min-maxing player versus your average player in a game like Monsters and Memories. There is a distinct, huge difference. Those players that are able to play a cleric or a wizard that can melee, sit down to get their mana ticks, and continue to do other actions are way higher than the ones that are not. Same thing goes for an enchanter. An enchanter that is able to mez a bunch of mobs, keep a charmed mob going, and keep all buffs on enemies or on allies, and sit down for every meditate every 6 seconds. That is a golden unicorn, right? Like, those are very hard to find because it's a very high skill cap gameplay. You're not going to see that very often. Anyway, well, at one point you had to have book opened. You did. Yeah. In the beginning of EverQuest, when you sit down to meditate, your book was literally in your face. You couldn't see anything. It was awful. Later on, EQ added a rested regen rate, but otherwise it was still 6 seconds. Server tick plus lag. Yeah. And then they also added horses, right? Are mounts in this game going to be like mounts in EverQuest? We don't know because we don't have mounts yet. But are they going to be like in EverQuest where you can sit on a mount and cast spells? So you're meditating all the time while you're casting and meleeing. That's going to make a huge difference. A hybrid class like a Paladin or Shadow Knight, a mounted Paladin could be meleeing, tanking, meditating, casting spells all at the same time. That could be huge. It could be a game changer. The tick sit design just doesn't make sense to me as someone who never played EQ. It doesn't make sense, but there is a play style behind it. And those that have mastered it are really, really, really good. Like crazy good. Uh-oh, somebody responded. I agree with that. I also think they need to loot. Look at all the druid forms. Wolf Jackal provides Sao with the same duration as casting Sao normally, so there's no point in casting it. Have them give some minor increase. Extend Sao. I don't agree with that part. The Wolf Jackal like forms, they give the same buff, but some people want to be a wolf or jackal. Some people don't want to be a wolf or jackal, so it kind of gives you options there. Extend duration, Sao, HP. I do think that the HP regen, though, for the tree form, mana regen, AC, something for the druid they should get it. Right now, druid tree form is awful. It does nothing, basically. It does nothing. Eventually, EQ did out of combat regen thing with significantly more regen for some time out of combat. That wasn't until later, though. Yeah. You got to think there's a lot of growing pains built into this game after getting flowing thought type items. It's a game changer. You can get a flowing thought item at level 20 from the Bone Construct. That's why I feel like the level locked Bone Construct is a bad idea, is because it's just going to make players that are level 60 make a twink a level 20, buff that twink, and then lock down that mob so that they can get their flowing thought items. It's too good of an item on a level 20 mob. So it's going to be a problem. Yeah. Pantheon's version of stacking meditation but working in combat would be a good and rewarding way. Maybe, yeah. You just got to we have to find a way that works with Monsters and Memories. That's the problem, right? It's finding abilities and a play style that works with this game. A lot of us come from different games. I've played World of Warcraft. I played Pantheon. I played EQ. I played Vanguard. I played... name not completely crazy obscure MMO, and I probably played it, right? Some crazy obscured MMO that maybe 10,000 or less people worldwide have played. I may not have played that. But I have played some of those. Project Quorum, or not Project Quorum, Project Gorgon. You know, some of those... Of course, like there's only a few people that have actually played those games. I've played some of those, but not all of those. Anyway, point is, we all have different MMO backgrounds, and we're coming into Monsters and Memories going, well, they did it this way in this game. They did it this way in this game. I think it should be like this because this game did it really well. The problem with that that mindset is Monsters and Memories has its own combat, right? It has its own everything. So they need to make sure that whatever they put into this game works with their system. The AC, the way that armor class works in this game may not be the same that armor class works in a different game. So to say that we need to have more buffs that give more armor class may not resonate with the game. Because if we start giving them more armor class, what's the difference? If we have regen that is, well, in EverQuest, they had spells that would regen 50 health per tick. Well, you also had classes like tanks in EverQuest at 100,000 health, right? Or more. So like you can't just say, well, this game had it, let's put it in this game. You have to find a reason why it should be in Monsters and Memories specifically. In EverQuest, it worked like this. How I think it could work in Monsters and Memories is like this. So, that kind of thing. So we got to think about it slightly differently. Does Monsters and Memories have a weird millisecond sit thing to get mana back without actually spending time resting? Yeah. It's not a weird millisecond thing. It's the meditation ticks. Everything in Monsters and Memories, for the most part, is based on 6-second intervals. The entire game background is 6-second intervals, right? So like the game takes place every 6 seconds, this happens. Now, you might have a weapon that has a 30 delay, which is, I believe, 3 seconds. So it's 3.0 seconds. If it's 35, it's 3.5 seconds delay, I think. Somebody correct me. I may be wrong on that. I like Star Trek Online. I want my warships here too. Exactly. Set for exactly. Dude, let's bring in battleships from, like, what? No, guys, we can't just bring anything in from any other game just because we liked it in a different game. But yeah, anyway, everything's based on 6 seconds. If you can time that perfectly to the millisecond, you can sit down for 1 millisecond, get the mana tick, stand back up. You can absolutely do that. Can you do that? No, because there is a server delay, right? Your connection to the server alone would not allow you to do that. Because I have my ping right now to the servers. All the servers in this game, by the way, are currently hosted in France. My ping to those servers is anywhere from 100 to 150 milliseconds. So can I do anything at a millisecond level? No, because there's 100 plus milliseconds at any given time where I could sit down and I have to wait 100 milliseconds before something may happen. So yeah, your ping definitely changes things. Do you have to experiment to find what the server tick occurs, or keep sitting every 6 seconds for a moment? You don't have to experiment. It's every 6 seconds. Figure out when that server tick is, and then I would say give it 1 second. Count to, like, say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, sit, 1, stand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, sit. Right? Of course, not that fast, because those are faster than 1 second. But Vanguard is going to take off any day now. Okay. How you doing, Milos? You have an amazing fan server. I recommend it. He's trolling. Vanguard's not going anywhere. Needs and wants to carve its own path. Yeah. I think Monsters and Memories is in a good place right now to carve its own path. And I think too many people are trying to compare it to other games and say, this game had it, so Monsters and Memories should have it. We need to stop that. Everybody stop that. Just don't do it anymore. If you see somebody doing it, don't engage. Just stop doing it. Say, this is how it works in Monsters and Memories. This is how I think I would like it to work. What do you all think? In Monsters and Memories, based on Monsters and Memories programming and the way it's designed. That's just my take on it. I saw somebody earlier today that I posted something and they responded with, well, in EverQuest, and I stopped reading the post because well in EverQuest means literally nothing to me. I played EverQuest a bunch. I agree that certain things from EverQuest are fantastic. I would love to see them in Monsters and Memories, but just because you could have, this is what the topic was about, just because you had a 3-hour long buff in EverQuest that was a damage shield that had a damage shield component to it does not mean that Monsters and Memories should have a 3-hour-long damage shield buff. Most damage shields, all damage shields in Monsters and Memories currently that I am aware of are 10-minute long buffs, and they cannot be extended. And they do that because damage shields are strong. It would fix the current optimal way to meditate, reward players that choose to sit longer with higher ticks. Yeah, I don't disagree with that, Bam Bam. And that's what Setfer was kind of saying too, is I think that you should have to sit longer to get those meditate ticks. You should have to sit for a full 6 seconds to get meditate. Think about it this way. In real world, in real life, if I just sit down on the ground for 1 second and stand back up, did I really ever clear my mind? No. If I sit down on the ground and for 6 seconds, I just breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, like for 6 seconds, yes, I may have cleared my mind in that amount of time. I'm not saying again that real world should translate to Monsters and Memories. We also can't cast magical spells. We don't have dragons out in the real world. You know, I'm not trying to relate the two. We need to have that fantasy feel to it. But as far as it works in Monsters and Memories, I do think that you should just have to sit down for 6 seconds. And then after that, every 6 seconds is a meditate tick. But the initial tick, minimum 6 seconds. I agree. I think a lot of confusion is coming from people who haven't played EQ and don't quite understand the flow. They want to smash buttons. Yeah, exactly. Because they come from a different background, right? People that haven't played EQ but have played World of Warcraft retail, maybe they didn't even play vanilla WoW. They just played retail WoW. Completely different game. Completely different. And they're going to want to play it differently. You know? Totally agree. I never played Vanguard, but I can tell you I want to punch people in the mouth every time they say I want a blood mage or whatever the heck it was. I want to see another healer like they had in Rift. I forget what it was called, but it was the one that the more it put a buff on your party members, and then as you did damage to an enemy, it healed your party or it healed your target or whatever. I want to see that. I think that would be a really cool class to have. It could be very overpowered, so they have to tweak that, but yeah. Want Eminem to be a unique game? I agree. That's where I'm at with it. So if you have a take from a different game that you like, find out how it can work in Monsters and Memories and say, here's what I would like to see in Monsters and Memories, right? I would like to see this ability for Monsters and Memories, not in EverQuest, in World of Warcraft, in Vanguard, they did this. Can we put that into Monsters and Memories? Don't do that. Don't do that. Find out how it would work. I think Dragon Age had a cool take on Blood Mage in general. They did, yeah. That was really cool. Definitely have dragons. Have you not met my boss? Nice. I wouldn't mind Self-Elementalist, Druid, Ranger, damage shields that were longer than 10 minutes, but 3 hours. Yeah. I agree. That was kind of, I didn't say that, Setfer, but that's kind of where I was going. I think the new damage shields that they added are Ranger damage shields. And the tooltip says an hour long. They actually last for 10 minutes. I think they might be self-only. A self-only buff can definitely deviate from the norm. So a self-only damage shield, sure, that could be different than a regular damage shield because you can't put it on a level 1 character and be like, you are now a god, right? So yeah, I agree with that wholeheartedly. Like, self-only spells should definitely be unique and powerful. That brings me to another thing that I was thinking about recently. People right now are kind of debating on tanks, right? You have the Fighter, Shadow Knight, Paladin, and Inquisitor, and people are saying that the Inquisitor doesn't tank as well as the other tanks. And I would agree and disagree with that. They don't necessarily tank as well because a Paladin can heal themselves. A Shadow Knight has life taps and a like a rune shield they can get when they they sacrifice their pet. And then a Fighter, as we all know, can tank 5% better on physical DPS than the other tanks, right? So all three of those technically are better, but the Inquisitor gets an arc shield, the same shield that the Enchanter gets at a lower level. That gives them more health and more AC and resistance, a magic resistance, and a buff that is a self-only buff. So it is exclusive to them, making them better tanks. They have more health and more AC and more magic resist than the other tanks. Well, I think also Shadow Knights get that because the Necromancer gets it. So Shadow Knights also get it. Paladins don't get it. Fighters don't get it. Right? Definitely makes a difference. How much can they tank better? They can't really tank better, right? They can't really tank better. 10% better if you include Unnerving Shout. Well, that's the thing, Nick. I'm talking about things that you can't give to other classes, right? The Unnerving Shout, a fighter can do Unnerving Shout on any mob that any other person is tanking. So that's the difference, right? So it's a 5% difference better than other tanks. Whereas a Shadow Knight and an Inquisitor get the Arc Shield, which gives them more AC, more magic resist, more health that the other two tanks do not have. So you can't compare those, right? It's a separate thing. It's hopefully I explained that well. But the Paladin ability to be able to heal other players, right, kind of takes away from the Paladin. So it makes the fighter a better tank if they're tanking a physical DPS mob, because then the Paladin can heal or lay on hands the other player. Shadow Knight, on the other hand, has a unique, I can sacrifice my pet for a huge rune shield, so it makes them better in that aspect. An Inquisitor has rune shields that they can cast, I think, on anyone, which means that I'm not going to factor that in because they can actually cast that on the other tank. Same thing with the Unnerving Shout. Criddle tanks 25% better because his name is Criddle. That's true. That is actually a true statement. It's 100% a true statement. Because I am who I am, I tank better than anybody else. Bring a support fighter to Unnerving Shout for the SK main tank. Exactly, Haas. Yeah, that's a thing you could do. Have SK be the main tank, and then bring in the fighter to give that Unnerving Shout. Probably will make the Shadow Knight the better tank. Right there, just because that 5% difference can be, 5% less physical mitigation versus a 2,000 point rune shield that they can get from sacrificing their pet. Well, which one of those is better? That's debatable, right? That's very debatable. One blocks all types of damage. The other one only mitigates 5% physical damage. Ancient Guardian, 5-minute cooldown, controllable heal pet. Seems really good and probably scales. Well, that's the other thing. The Paladin can put out the Ancient Guardian, right, to heal other party members. They don't. It's not a personal heal. Now, when you put them into a group in a solo group, you're probably only going to have one tank. Now, who's the better healer with just the one tank, or the better tank? The fighter with Unnerving Shout and their 5% difference does make for a 10% difference overall damage mitigation to physical damage, but is 10% equal to the sacrificing their pet, being able to heal themselves, lay on hands, being able to have their Ancient Guardian, having the rune shields that they can put up to negate magical damage, that kind of thing. Ancient Guardian's 15-minute cooldown? Yeah, and it should be. It should be a long cooldown, right? SK Pet Sacrifice is very situational due to recast time of the new pet. It is. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not. It is. You would use it, under certain situations. Honestly, it's best. Like, I know I'm pulling a big mob, right? Some sort of big mob's coming in. I sacrifice my pet, cast the new one, start tanking big mob immediately. So I have the shield and I have another shield that I can use later on in the fight. But you also have to think that fighters get the 40% damage reduction every, 5 minutes, I think it is. So they have that 40% damage reduction that the other classes don't have. So that long cooldown of 40% damage reduction is pretty big. So there's a lot of factors you have to look at there. And I'm trying to look at them all objectively across the board. So all four tanks are very good at what they do in a group, in a solo, single group by themselves. But when you start stacking them together in a multi-group situation, or having 2 tanks or 3 tanks or 4 tanks all together in a raid situation, which one then comes out on top? Right now, I would say the fighter is probably the weakest of the 4 because it only has a 5% damage mitigation difference, whereas the other ones have other much bigger utility that they can use when it comes to tanking in a raid or in a multi-group situation with multiple tanks. So, yeah. How does SK damage, death touch, harm touch thing compare to Pally Lay on Hands? Both 30 minutes. Yeah, they're both 30-minute cooldowns. The harm touch, I don't know how much damage it does. A few hundred. I don't think it does like a crazy amount. Lay on Hands, though, is just a complete heal, I believe. I think it's good. They can assist another tank in a group setting. For raid, it's properly the tank that can build most aggro. I would disagree. I don't think it's a tank that can build the most aggro because you can always have a tank fight something for 20, 30 seconds and then have the DPS come in so that they build up enough aggro. You can also fix the aggro situation by having aggro proccing weapons, things of that nature, right? There's a lot of ways that you can manage aggro. But when it comes to actually taking damage, mitigating damage, that's where a tank really needs to shine. Inquisitor Mez, touch AoE 100% Mez on a 30-minute cooldown. 100% Mez? They have one. It's called a charm. They can charm, unresistible charm, unless the mob is immune to charm. Just so I don't have to answer a bunch of DMs. In no way does auto-follow count as boxing. You must control 2 accounts at once to box. Don't be worried letting your friends auto-follow you. Yes. Yeah, you can auto-follow. That's why I'm going to get reported a lot I think when early access launches. I plan to play on a no-box server. A, I'm going to be streaming the game, so higher profile player. B, I'm probably going to be playing it a lot, therefore most likely higher level than most players. And then C, my group is lazy as you could possibly get, and they're going to auto-follow me everywhere we go. Those 3 things are going to get me reported a lot. And there's nothing I can do about that. I wish tanking with a shield is more viable. Yeah, that's another thing. Tanking with a shield, kind of pointless. Shields right now are just not in a good place. Nick has said that he wants to work on shields, get more abilities in shields, etc. So hopefully we see those soon. I would also like to see riposte on some tank classes. Not necessarily all of them need it. I think maybe the Shadow Knight and the Paladin should get more shield type abilities. And then the fighter probably should get the riposte. And maybe Inquisitor should get riposte. I don't know. I'm just spitballing, but just some ideas. It seems like a 2-hander dual wield is needed. Aggro control. What are your thoughts on shields? Yeah, I think that shield is terrible. Spiky shield with a build, some damage shield. They had that in Pantheon. I don't think that will work in Monsters and Memories because we already talked about that, right? Damage shields right now in the game for the most part, except for one. Well, all of them right now are 10 minutes long. If you had a spiky shield that gives them a permanent damage shield, that could be bad. Now, if they changed it to where when you block, you can reflect the damage back through the damage shield, that would be different because then it's only if you block. And right now, I would say you only block maybe 10% of hits. It's not a lot. Not a lot of blocking happens. It's not worth it, in my opinion. You're better off using a 2-hander or a dual wield to do more damage and kill the mob 2 or 3 seconds faster to prevent additional hits that you would have otherwise blocked, because block only reduces the damage by 50% anyway. So if you can reduce 1 hit by killing it faster, that would be the equivalent of blocking twice in a fight, which is about how often you block in a fight. So DPS wins out over shield. Inquisitor doesn't need riposte. If anything, a single spell reflect. Well, yeah, I'm just kind of throwing it out there as an option. I think spell reflect would be good. Yeah, some sort of. But Nick has talked about that. They don't want to do spell steal. Spell reflect is another one because I think Nick may be able to respond to it. I think right now they don't have a way to control what you can and can't reflect or steal. So like you could go up against some really big boss and steal their huge AoE and then be able to use that on something else, or reflect some really big damage that they do, like a death touch, right? Like all of these things are problems, and they would have to change programming and all that to be able to make those function properly. So I think right now a spell steal and a spell reflect are kind of out of the scope of things, but definitely something that they may be able to do later. Sure. Knights should get shield bash perks. Fighters maybe 5% attack speed for their hands. Well, we do have a shield. Well, fighters have a shield bash where they can bash and gain threat, so that, you know, if you're not dual wielding, you're not using a two-handed weapon, you lose that DPS, so your threat is lower when you use a shield. They try to make up for that with the shield bash ability, but it's not worth it. It doesn't really make up for the threat. It doesn't mitigate enough damage, so there's no reason to use a shield right now, other than, hey, it looks kind of cool. Spell steal reflect also can lead to quite a bit of imbalance on tanks and WoW. Yeah, that could be another thing. Yeah, did like 60% of overall damage tanks and fights. Remember the spell steal? Yeah, it could be a problem. So they have to program. They need to have a way to say this ability cannot be reflected. This ability cannot be stolen and used by the players. Like, they need to add that in before they do all those other things. They should just add threat generation to damage shield. They can't do that either. Threat damage, that could be a problem. Right now, damage shields, the damage goes to the nether, right? Nobody gets that. So if I have a damage shield on me and something hits me and it does the damage back to them, that damage doesn't give anyone in the party threat, which is good. Why can't a shield have more armor? It does. Is armor also worthless? So shields do have armor, but armor class right now is not great. It's good. You definitely want to wear, like, plate classes definitely take less damage than a non-plate class because they have more armor class. But I think it needs to be rebalanced from several patches ago, prior to the last open test and everything. Like, they did some rebalancing of mobs, the amount of melee damage they do, how often they hit, things of that nature. But I don't think they readjusted the armor class. We just need to look at it more. I think right now agility is considered to be better than armor class, but armor class is still good, right? Increase the armor. They could do that. They could increase the armor of shields and definitely make it better. That would be an option, sure. Shield bash could have a chance to stun. They could do that as well. Could be too strong because, like, right now there's no diminishing returns on stun. You can actually put in a cleric, a fighter, an enchanter, and a monk all in the same party, and you could stun lock a non-immune mob, completely stun lock them to where they do 0 damage the entire fight and kill them. Cast no spells, do no melee, literally no damage. They're stun locked the entire time. Armor class is complicated calculation. You need diminishing returns, just hard to balance it. Yeah, exactly what Setfer said. 100%. Like, armor class just needs to be looked at. Every time you tweak monsters in the game, you need to tweak the armor class, because if you increase or decrease the damage that monsters are doing, armor class is going to be affected because it's very hard to balance. I don't know what it is in this game. I don't know what the formula is. I couldn't even guess what the formula is. But at the high end of the game, you're looking at between around 400 armor class, maybe a little bit more if you are a really, really, really geared tank. Now, what that equates to as far as mitigation, I don't know. In Pantheon, it worked one way, and in EverQuest, it worked a different way, and in World of Warcraft, it works a different way. Monsters and Memories could have adopted any of those three or could have its own formula. I think it's closer to the EverQuest formula in Monsters and Memories, where your armor class dictates the range of damage that can be done. The higher your armor class, the larger the range. Mob hits for 100 damage. If you have one armor class, it's almost always going to hit for 100 damage. If you have 100 armor class, it might hit for anywhere from 50 to 100 damage. Where if you have 200 armor class, it might be like 25 to 100 damage, and it can hit anywhere in between there. So if you have a larger range, statistics would say that you will often get hit for less than the maximum more often, right? And you could get hit for a minimum sometimes. So you would still take full damage hits in Monsters and Memories with a million AC, but the chances that you will take full damage hit are much reduced. That's my understanding of how armor class works in this game and in EverQuest. Pantheon was a completely different animal. And World of Warcraft, I think, also a different animal. Could also make shields do 100% block every X seconds. I think that would be a good skill. A good skill for fighters, Shadow Knights, and Paladins would be like a shield wall ability, right? You throw up your shield and you 100% block for the next 10 seconds. So you mitigate 50% of the damage coming in. Blocking in this game is 50% damage reduction. So you would block for 50% of the damage that is incoming for the next 10 seconds. That should be a skill. I think it would be a great skill to have for tanks, especially like fighters right now that need more utility. I don't think that fighters need more utility. I just think they need more defense. Because the like I've said a bazillion times, that 5% damage mitigation difference to me does not make up enough. And not only that, you have to be in defensive stance, meaning that you do not get your offensive stance, whereas all of the other tanks have 5% damage mitigation all the time without losing anything because it's the only stance that they really use, right? It's the only stance they have, I think. But the fighter has to choose offensive stance or 10% mitigation. So to get that 10% mitigation, which is 5% higher than the other tanks, they have to lose out on their DPS. So there's a huge trade-off there. The other tanks, they don't have that. So I just feel like the fighter needs more in that category. It just doesn't have enough because there isn't an equal trade-off. To me. Personally, I think the best block system ever was the AOC, where you could guard other players to block for them. Yeah, that would be like a Paladin ability. I think that Paladin should get that, and it should be like an intercede, where they can put it on another player and they can block for them, or they may be able to put it on themselves and increase their chance to block, right? Let's say that intercede, I could put it on myself as a self buff to make me a better tank. Maybe I block 10% more often. Or I could put it on another player and give them a chance to block. I think those would both be really good. And then a Paladin, right now, like your best main tank group would be all 4 tanks in the same group together with a healer and a ranger. Or actually, I would say all 4 tanks in a group together with a ranger and a beastmaster. That's a 6-player party. And then all of those auras together, combining all those up. Actually, you could take the fighter out of that party completely if you wanted to, unless they're the main tank. If the fighter is the main tank for that 5% extra damage mitigation, and then you have the AC aura, you have the life proc aura, you have the offense aura, you have all the different auras going to that fighter, that's gonna be your best main tank group. If you really want to min-max, right? If you really want to min-max. EQ had shields ignore the soft hard caps of AC. It was pure AC. You rarely use it unless you had unbreakable aggro. Yeah. It's hard to implement that kind of stuff, right? If you make shields too strong, then every tank is going to be using a shield. If you want to have that versatility. Do knights always have more AC than fighter because of the self buff? Yes. The Paladin has the most AC of any... No. Sorry. The Shadow Knight, the Paladin, and the Inquisitor, all 3 of those can have more AC than a fighter because of their personal buffs. The Paladin is an aura, though, that they can give to other classes. But the Shadow Knight and the Inquisitor both have an AC buff that just makes them better. And more HP. Just straight up. More HP, more AC, given the same gear across the board. Which makes you kind of think maybe fighters should get something else. Tank should be using a shield unless there's a magical reason not to. Common sense. The magical reason is tanks using a shield is less DPS, which is less threat, which means the mobs also die slower. It's just worse around the completely across the board. Make shields great again? I agree. Make shields great again. Shields are just not worth using. Yeah, dual wield is better until you can get a really good two-handed weapon. A really good two-handed weapon on a fighter is really, really good. With their triple attack, it's insanely good. It's super strong. But triple attack with really good one-handed weapons also be good, right? So it depends on what weapons you have. If you want to dual wield or two-handed. It really depends on your weapon. Two-hander with haste, yeah. Tank threat should not be tied 100% DPS. I agree, and it's not. Tank threat in this game is like using taunt. Taunt doesn't just put you at the number one spot. It also gives you threat. So people that think that taunt only puts you at the number one spot and only use it when they lose aggro are playing the class wrong. You should be taunting all the time to maintain that aggro. My favorite class by far is Monk. What do you think about the state of monks? I think monks are in a pretty good place. I think they need a little bit more DPS. But I think they're in a pretty good place. Maybe a little bit more utility. Right now, monks' utility is basically their ability to off-tank, so switching their stance to their what's it called? Their stone stance, so they get a little bit, off-tank, whatever. They have more armor. They also have a 60% physical damage reduction, and it increases their armor class by a substantial amount for like 15 or 30 seconds or whatever it is. So they can off-tank really well temporarily, which I think is exactly what monks should have. And then they do DPS fairly well. I would say low A tier. I think they need to be more upper A tier. I think that monks should be doing the same DPS as a ranger or a spellblade, right around the same as those classes. And right now they don't. They just don't. Fighter DPS is huge in offensive stance. They need a dichotomy to become the meta outside of niche group composition. Yeah, fighter DPS was recently nerfed. So the DPS stance used to do 15%. Now it does 10% damage. And I have already told Nick, thank you. I actually like that. As a fighter main, I don't want to be doing the most damage. I want to be doing the best tanking and very high threat abilities. But I don't even think the fighter should be the best threat generator. I think that should go to a different class. A paladin can actually get better threat if they're healing themselves, because healing threat is a lot of threat. It's huge. So paladins can actually get a lot of threat. Shadow Knights can also get a lot of threat once they put on their dots, and they can do their life taps. So their life taps do damage and heal, double dipping threat. Then they also do their dots that have a snare component added to it. Snare is very high threat. So therefore they have a lot of threat from that. And they do very good damage. They do similar damage because of their dots and their life taps and things of that nature as a fighter. So fighters and Shadow Knights are pretty close, I think, DPS wise. But I still say that the Shadow Knight is probably currently better overall tank because of their sacrifice ability, because of their aura that they have, because of their arc shield that they have, which is the Necromancer arc shield, which gives them more health and more AC. So all of those things combined, I think that the Shadow Knight is probably the best tank in the game. But that doesn't mean that the other three tanks aren't good. I think all of them are very viable in a group. All of them are very viable in a raid. But yeah. I guess the easy and boring way would be to just give shields a bunch of AC, more defensive. Yeah, I think shields having more AC would help out quite a bit. And then just giving more shield skills to certain classes. We need more skills. Our stances need rework. You think the stances need rework, Isar? I think more skills would be good, but I also think that fighters need more skills. I also think that rogues need more skills. But I don't know. I think that monks have a lot of utility. They have a great ability to off tank temporarily. I think their DPS can come up a little bit. I think their pulling is the best in the game. So I think that's good. I think that monks need a little bit of love just to kind of make them on par with some of the other classes. I also think some of the other classes need to come down some. Spellblade being one of them. Ranger now getting upwards towards that Spellblade level of utility, DPS, tanking. Kind of Rangers are they have gone up quite a bit. They went from like a high B, low A tier to like an S tier class recently with some of the changes. I think warriors and many other classes should get parrying dagger so it can offset. Parrying dagger so it can block and also be attacked with far less damage, offhand only. Yeah, that could make sense. I want to see riposte, right? Instead of block and riposte are very similar and people get them mixed up all the time. Blocking is just stopping something from hitting you. Riposte is stopping something from hitting you and attacking back, retaliating with an attack. So there's the difference in the two. And I would like to see that for the fighter. I think that would be a really big one for the fighter. And allow them to riposte while like dual wielding or whatever. Because right now monks have the ability to block without a shield, making monks really good. But blocks don't parry. They don't have a way to parry. They don't have a skill. So fighters have the parry skill and can block with a shield. So like there's some differences in the two, right? I think fighters should get the ability to riposte, which is a form of block or parry. Actually, riposte is more like parry counterattack, more so than it is block counterattack. But anyway, fire stance is useless. I agree. Fire stance is useless. Earth stance is like fighter defensive stance. Yeah. Earth stance is good temporarily for off tanking. Fire stance, I agree, 100% useless. Any dot in the game in a group is useless at the moment. Hopefully you heard that, Nick. We got to do something with dot classes. Shaman can't really dot in a group, in a full group. Necros can't really dot in a full group. The fire stance is worthless because it's a dot proc. You don't even know when it's going to go off. It could literally go off at the last second, basically making it worthless. Dots are just they're terrible because time to kill is still too low. Time to kill is gone. It's probably doubled recently, and it's still too low, in my opinion. I keep saying in my opinion. All of this is 30-second dots aren't good. The 30-second dots are okay, but you got to think about it this way, Nick. By the time the mob gets to the camp, it's already got some damage probably done to it. The other classes are already instantly on top of the mob doing damage to it with melee. By the time you actually cast the spell, which is like a 5 or 6 second cast time, that's 6 seconds off of the 30-second kill time we're talking about. Then the spell finally hits, and we're talking about a 60-second long dot. 60-second long dot, you're not even getting half of the usage out of it for a spell cast. Now, there are 30-second dots that have some upfront components to them, but even then, the amount of ticks that you're actually going to get out of it are not going to be enough. Right now, every necromancer that I know is using life tap as their damage. They're sending in their pet and they're life tapping because they get more out of the life tap than they do from their dot. So there's just no reason from a dot. Not when something dies in 10 to 12 seconds. Yeah, exactly. If you put a dot on and it dies within 20 seconds or less after the dot finally hits, not worth casting the dot. You like dots costing mana per tick? Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that's a good idea. So some of the things that people have talked about is you put a dot, it costs no mana up front. It costs mana for every tick that it does. If you run out of mana, the dot goes away. That's one. Another one is the lower health a mob has, the more damage or faster it ticks. That's another one that could potentially fix it. Mob TTK is lower at the low end and gets longer at the high end. It does, yeah. It does. Right now, dots are absolutely 100% worthless up to about level 20 or 30. If you're using them in a full group, I don't know what you're doing with your mana, but you're throwing it out the window. At the higher end, around level 50 plus, I could see dots being used, but there is that time, that cast time that you have to factor in. And for a necromancer, they have like 3 different dot lines. They're going to get one of them off. And by the time they get the second one off, that second one, not mana efficient at all. If they get the first one off and they have 30 seconds to kill a mob, then yes, maybe. But I would rather not have a necromancer in my group. I would rather have another melee class. Right now, if you were to ask me, I would rather have all melee in my group. Pretty much all the spellcasters are kind of lackluster in an XP group, except unless they're charming a mob. If they're charming a mob, I always want to have charm in my group. I never want them actually casting their spells. I would rather have melee. I'm not anti-caster. I love casters. I think they're fantastic. I want to see more things happen with casters. A lot more things. Channeling would lock you into an action. Channeling is another one that I think is a good idea. Like, I think channeling is a good thing for elementalists. I think you should take the elementalist, have the pet attack, and then channel the elementalist mana and power into the elemental so that it increases over time, increases the damage, right? So like an elementalist hitting for 50 damage, and then the elementalist can empower them, and the longer they channel that spell, the more powerful that elemental becomes, so that it gets up to doing damage of like 100 per attack at level 5. So it gets like 10 more damage after the first level, and then 10 more damage second level, etc. Or they can channel the elementalist pet can attack, and then they can channel their elemental spell into the target and do damage directly to them, like a dot type of thing. I think those would be really fun ways to play the elementalist class. And then you're like, you have an air pet up, and you channel fire into the enemy, and then the air pet does something and make them work together. I think it'd be really cool. I don't know if that's possible or not, but I think it'd be a really cool idea. Time to kill in upper 50s is about 20 seconds. I would say 20, 30. Named mobs, 40 to 50 seconds. But yeah. Some dots should start high tick and go lower. So my necromancer friend, he was telling me yesterday or the day before that the only dot that he puts on is a dot that has upfront damage. He doesn't do any of his other dots because it's not worth it mana-wise. So if it has, as soon as it lands, does some damage, and then every 6 seconds it does damage, that's the only one that he would be willing to use. Even then, he doesn't use it very often, but that's the only one he'd be willing to use. What else are we talking about here? Maybe insta-dots like Talented Corruption. I think that's another option. Yeah. I didn't talk about that one, Fitch. Thank you for bringing it up. Another one is put on dots and then use another ability that costs a little bit of mana to burn all of those dots all at once. So effectively, you would want to put 3 dots up and then burn them all. But it would cost you more mana than just putting 3 dots up and letting them tick. So it'd be more mana efficient to get the full... Like when you're soloing as a necromancer, you put up your 3 dots, you let them tick all the way down. But if you're in a group as a necromancer, you put up 3 dots and then you just burn them all with some extra mana. That could be a good balance. Your groups are killing faster than mine. My group necros get a cast all... Well, you already said you're in a trio, right? Synlytic, you said that you're in a trio. And that's a different animal altogether. I'm talking a full group. Trio, solos, duos, trios, dots are great. When you get into 4, 5, and 6 party members, the more members you have in your party, dots become less and less worth casting. So, yeah. Like Ardeos and Fellowship. Yeah, like Ardeos and Fellowship. You want to dot, burn. Dot, burn. But is that going to be the same gameplay, right? We're talking about a very fast-paced, high APM, high skill cap game versus Monsters and Memories. So, But something similar to that could be kind of cool for necromancers. With a mana, does Spellblade fall under melee or caster in that? Spellblades are melee, and they are the most powerful class in the game. Period. End of subject. You cannot tell me otherwise. I will not believe you. If you tell me that Spellblades are not the strongest class in the game, other than Bard's Swarm Kiting, right? Bard's Swarm Kiting is very strong, and Charm is very strong, just in general. But Spellblade is the strongest class in the game. Spellblade is a weird way to say Druid. It is. Druids are also very good. I like the Druids. I love the versatility of the Druids. I think that we're in a good place for Druids. They're good healers, not the best. They're good. They are good at doing some damage if they want to. Not the best, but they're good. They have ports. They have a lot of buffs. Druids are great. I think they're in a great place. I do, though, want to see more with the Druid tree form. More. This is a lackluster skill that is not worth casting. It roots you in place for like 5 health per tick or something. It's so bad. It is so bad. Anyway. Dots wouldn't be so bad if they didn't cost so much mana. Well, of course they wouldn't. That's the problem, is they're not mana efficient, because by the time you get to mana efficiency with the dot, the mob's dead. Unless you're soloing. If you're solo, duo, trio, and you get the full efficiency of the dot, it's great, right? So like that side of it's fine. That's why I think necromancers are some of the best soloers in the game, and you're going to see a lot of necromancers solo. There's very little incentive for necromancers to join a group, though, other than mana batteries. They just pump mana. That's literally all they're good for. So yeah. Think critical hit on the nail on the head with necros. Yes, they have some utility based on how dots work. Yeah, I appreciate that, Goonie. I may be wrong. How does haste work? Like if I have 2 daggers with haste. So haste has 4 different types of haste in the game. You have a primary haste, which is going to be like your shaman haste and your enchanter haste. You have secondary haste. That's going to come from your bard has both primary and a secondary haste. And those stack. You have item haste, we'll do that one first. You have item haste. One item, whichever has the highest haste of your items. You could have 15 different haste items in your inventory or on your character. Whichever one has the highest haste stacks with the other 2. And then you have a tertiary class-based self-only haste. That is only going to be for rogues, fighters, and archers. And that stacks with all of the other 3. So there's your 4 different types of haste. You can get to about currently 100%. It's like 50, around 100%, give or take, haste on certain class, on the rogue, fighter, and then it's 10% less on the other ones, right? Because they don't have that tertiary. Refund mana based on the remaining dot timer. That's another option. Yeah, I haven't heard that one before. Refunding some mana is somewhat irrelevant if Spellblade is strong when you can just lower the proc damage. Well, it's not irrelevant. I mean, it's not irrelevant. They know that the Spellblades are strong. They know. Is the goal that every skill is worth casting, no flavor skills? Well, we could talk about that. And Nick's probably not going to like me for saying what I'm about to say. I think we need to stop with the flavor abilities. Stop with the meme abilities. Stop with the fun, thematic, probably not going to be used, but could be fun ability. Stop with those for now, right? Let's fill out the classes with useful abilities that classes are going to use. Make sure that those are relatively balanced and get those classes in a good place. Then at that point, okay, now we can start adding in some fun flavor, memes type abilities. But I also think that forcing a meme ability or a fun ability into a class doesn't make it fun or a meme anymore. It kind of it ruins it, right? To me, a meme is only fun when it's like, what the heck is it? Who added this ability and why did they add it? Like, let's see what we can do with it. That makes it a meme. When you are purposefully making memes, it takes the fun out of it. It's not fun anymore. It's just like, well, you're just doing it for the meme, right? Like 6-7 is no longer fun because we've ruined 6-7 as parents, right? Going up to our kids and being like 6-7, 6-7, 6-7. Kids no longer do it because it's not fun anymore. It was only fun when it wasn't, mainstream. I hope that makes sense, right? Hope that makes sense. I'm not trying to say we shouldn't have meme abilities and we shouldn't have fun abilities and we should have those things, and those can be fun and they can be great. I just don't see a reason in putting them in the game when there's so many other classes and abilities missing that other people could have. Now, granted, they may be easier to put in, right? They may be super easy to put in, which has a different thing. Spellblade really has nothing to the class at all except for procs, extremely one-dimensional. Oh, I agree with that. I think Spellblades need some flavor. They need some more abilities to use, something along those lines for sure. But the abilities that they do have are really strong, like really, really strong. There are some abilities that are more flavorful, less useful. Yeah, like I said, I can reiterate this 1,000 different times. I'm okay with those abilities, so long as classes are not missing out on abilities because we're adding in all of these other flavor abilities and all of these other classes that don't need them, right? Those classes are feeling good. They do their job, etc. I think the Necromancer right now doesn't need more abilities. I think the Necromancer is in a really good place for solo, duo, trio, small group kind of situations. They're terrible for larger groups and raids. They're just terrible. Raids, they're good. Hold on. Let me back that up. Raids, they're good because they're going to get a full damage, like they're full ticks. But in a singular group, in a party of 6, they're just not great. That being said, it never hurts to try to find other ways to make them useful. Yeah. I wouldn't mind if tree form also removed the need for water, food as your root apply. Ooh, that's a good one, Setfer. Post it in my thread. Let's make this thread pop off. Druid tree form needs more. Go there and post it. No more food. No more. No. Or maybe make it to where it grows apples and people can pick the apples off of the druid tree to have food for the druid. I don't know. I'm just throwing some stuff out there for funsies, guys. But no, like seriously, like the druid tree form right now is another one of those abilities. It's for the memes. It does basically nothing. Like, right? You root yourself for a little bit of health regen. It's not really worth casting. But yeah, I disagree 100% with that. Those abilities are core and useful, like each tech time. I mean, I'm not saying that we shouldn't have meme abilities. I'm just saying forcing those into the game is different than just having them come up, Tree form does take Druid out of fight in physical form. Additional perks are needed. Yeah, I agree. I don't know how you got into early access without every class having a working skeleton abilities. Well, that's kind of what I'm getting at, right? Mal, is before we get into early access, before we start adding meme skills, before we start adding flavor, fun skills, we need to have a working class across the board, have our wizards, our rogues, and our rangers actually be S tier DPS, right? Have everybody being where they're supposed to be within reason. Is it going to be perfectly balanced? No. There's absolutely no way they're going to perfectly balance this. And the items that you have, like if I have a perfectly geared Spellblade, should it be doing more damage than a low geared rogue? Absolutely, right? Absolutely. But equally, like, try to make it balanced, assuming equal gear, assuming equal skill level, assuming all other things equal, put the abilities in place to where they're as close to where they need to be balance wise before early access hits. Otherwise, we're going to have this weird hodgepodge of, well, what's best, what's worse. It's just going to be a balancing nightmare later on. I'm not eating Ra's apples. I mean, they would be kind of bitter. It'd be kind of gross. I agree. Rozak is our whatchamacallit. What is this? Oh, jagged tunic thing. Yeah, that's on the clothes. We're not gonna look at that. Yeah, he's our druid. Anyway, warriors, monks, archers can use mirrored flushes before any crazy tweaks. Yeah, just an option. Excited for the future. Yeah, I think that warriors fighters, in my opinion, need more defensive skills. Less offensive skills, more defensive skills. The reason I say that, by the way, and I'm not saying that fighters shouldn't have offensive skills. I'm just thinking in the future, if we have something like a barbarian or a berserker class, that's going to be your offensive fighter. So then we're going to have a lot of overlap between fighter and a potential new class of a berserker or barbarian type of class. And it's like, okay, well, why now can a fighter triple attack and have crits and do this amount of damage, whereas now this berserker class wearing leather armor has to do substantially more damage than that, and it's going to end up making them like gods, effectively DPS wise. So like I'm trying to thinking like in the future, if we start giving everybody every ability now, one, it takes away from your class feeling unique, and two, it takes away from potential things in the future of adding in. Giving every single class in the game Speed of the Wild kind of negates the purpose of having a Speed of the Wild class, right? Like, if everybody could have Sao, why would you need to put a druid or a ranger or a shaman or whatever in your group? You know, I think we need to limit it. There was one class I was thinking of the other day, or one ability I was thinking of the other day, that 6 out of 18 classes have the ability to do it. That's 1/3 of the classes in the game have the ability to do something that's the same. Like, to me, that gets to be too many. And then you no longer feel special, right? And I think that every class should feel special at certain times. Not always feel special, but they should have their moment to shine. Wizards being like big nukers in a raid and burning a mob from 20% health down to 0 in like 2 seconds, or I guess the cast time would be 5 or 6 seconds. You know, that's awesome. I love seeing that. When a mob hits 20% health, now it's going to go into a rampage and it's going to start doing a ton of damage. That's why you need to have wizards that are able to nuke it down 20 seconds or like 5 seconds after it hits 20%. It's basically dead as long as you have enough wizards. And that makes them like special, right? 6 out of 18 classes have persistent pets. You think it's 6? Let's see. Let's even count it out. Druid, Elementalist, Shaman, Necromancer, Shadow Knight, Beastmaster. Who else has pets? Anybody else? Is it just those 6 out of the 18 have persistent pets? Did I miss any? Well, yeah, it kind of makes it defeats the purpose of those classes. Like, everybody gets a pet. It's like Oprah Winfrey over here. You get a pet, and you get a pet, and you get a pet. Make the tree grow fruit that drops on the ground and people can grab it for healing. That'd be cool. Make the tree where it drops the cure berries, right? It's a tree that you can pick cure berries off of. How you like them apples? I love them apples. I would say each class is currently working, just needs to be balanced. Yeah. I think every class works, but like the rogue right now isn't an S tier DPS. It's just not. But it also is completely missing its poison line. So once it gets its poison line, will it be an S tier DPS? Possibly. I think that depends on what Nick puts in for the rogue and the poisons. So, we need to get those abilities in to see what those classes are going to feel like and then try to balance those. Early access, you should know and have implemented whether a wizard is supposed to be melee, etc. Yeah, that's another one. Should wizards be meleeing? Should they not be meleeing? We need to know that before early access. Players shouldn't have to spend 600 hours leveling up to level 60 to then find out, crap, I have to be a melee wizard. I mean, we know that that's getting changed. Nick has already said that. And there's a lot of these things, right? A lot of the things that I'm saying and that you all are saying, by the way, already in the plans for being changed. So Nick's probably sitting there rolling his eyes going, yes, we know. Stop saying it. Stop rehashing it. But at the same time, like, we don't know that you know. So, you know, it's tough. We're all in it's a very tough situation, right? The devs are in a tough situation trying to make a balanced game. We are in a tough situation trying to give them feedback without being annoying, which I come across as very annoying, I'm sure. So, you know, we're all in that situation. Apples to pick off trees every 15 minutes for 500 HP. Unique, one person. Yeah, there you go. It's very unique. Sounds good to me. I'm down. I'm down for it. No, it's good to rehash. I appreciate it. I always feel like I'm stepping on toes, and I'm just gonna make you guys mad, Nick. Like, I think what y'all are doing is great. I think y'all are doing a fantastic job about listening. You are doing a better job at listening to the community than any other game I have ever been part of in the development process, beta, or even after release. Way better. And I mean, and that's coming from games like Baldur's Gate, which I felt like Baldur's Gate 3, they listened to the community a lot, and they took a lot of feedback. Solasta 2, again, they take a lot of feedback. I feel like you guys are doing an even better job of that. And I really appreciate what y'all are doing. I disagree with some of your direction, but that's a whole other thing. And that's okay, right? That's okay. I can disagree with it and still enjoy the game. I'm okay with that. I want a petless version. That's another thing. Oh, petless version. Why don't we have an elementalist, right, that cannot summon a pet but does 20% more damage with their nukes and their spells and their abilities? I think it's a really cool idea. But you're better off. This is all, again, another kind of flavor thing, right? Something that I don't think we need to work on right now. Let's get the classes working first. But I think that would be a really cool thing, is having some sort of flavor, like a petless elementalist or a 100% pet-focused elementalist that does no nukes and gives all of their mana and power to their pet to empower their pet. Stuff like that would be really fun, I think. But again, that's for later on. It's important to have overlap, though. Oh, no. Overlap is good, Todd. No. I don't want you guys thinking that we should have no overlap. But at some point, when too many classes get something, it becomes not special. But when only one class has it, it becomes too good, right? So, like, I agree. There should be some overlap. I think you missed it. Oh, Enchanter. Enchanter's number 7. Thank you, Setfer. Yes, there's 7 classes that have pets in the game. That's more than 1/3 of the classes at that point. Maybe no pet changes to SK Aura. I don't think the Shadow Knight should have a pet. I think that they should just remove the pet. Druid is changing into trees to block rain. Yeah, that's what we were saying. Shelter, right here. Maybe have Druid tree be a shelter for storms and stuff, so that you can still get your... Because the only thing that shelter would do is allow you to get your rested buff. That's literally all shelter does right now. So, and it would also give shade. I don't know if it does this, but shade should decrease the amount of water that you consume in a given period. So why did Nick say Rogue is tied with Spellblade for DPS at 60, if not S tier? Currently, I would say that Rogue is probably close to, but no, it's not. I don't know. Maybe Nick can see the numbers. I can't, right? Nick has a DPS meter that he can see the numbers. The idea, though, is that rogues, wizards, and archers, Nick can correct me if I'm wrong, those 3 are supposed to be the best DPS in the game. No one else should be able to do what they can do, assuming equally skilled, equally geared, same level, all other things being the same. Those 3 classes should be the top because they lack the utility of the other classes. Spellblade has more utility and the ability to tank with their rune shields and all that kind of stuff, whereas the rogue does not have that. Also, the rogue has to be behind the mob to do a lot of its damage. So therefore, it should be better. right? At damage, but it can't do the other things that a Spellblade can do. Same thing with a fighter. Is a fighter should be slightly better DPS than other tanks and slightly better at tanking than the other tanks, because it doesn't have things like their heals, their life taps, their pets, their mez, their haste, all of the different abilities, their auras. It doesn't have all of those other abilities, so it should be better in what it can do, since it doesn't have the versatility that these other classes have. So if the rogue right now is if the Spellblade is equal to a rogue right now, it won't be in the future. Hopefully by early access is the goal. Afternoon long stream today. Yeah. I mean, I used to stream for 10 hours, 12 hours, 24 hours. And you check out the VOD later. Folks should use the class threads in Discord. Yes, absolutely. Give all your feedback in the class threads. I'm starting to do it myself. I'm starting to be a little bit more vocal. Nicodemus kind of brought that up on our Friday stream, that I need to be a little bit more vocal in the threads. So I'm starting to post more. I'm starting to say, hey, this is my opinion of this class. I may not play the class, but here's my opinion. Here's my thoughts. Here's what I see. As a tank in my group, I would rather have these classes in my group rather than these classes, because it does this, right? Since I'm the tank in my group, I can kind of see a lot of what's going on, who pulls threat, who doesn't pull threat, who does damage, who can heal better, etc. I see a lot of those things. So I would rather have certain classes in my party. Now, I don't always do that, because I have a static group that I play with, and they can play whatever class they want, whatever they have fun with. But if I could have my options, and if I could choose my group exactly, I would choose different classes. So I'm going to make it rain in a zone, then offer my tree services for shelter, nominal fee. I think that's a great idea, Setfer. I think it's a great idea. Do it. Baldur's Gate 3 is so good. It is good. I want to play through it again. I haven't played it in a while. I would love to play Baldur's Gate 3 again. I can't wait for Solasta 2 though. Solasta 2, guys, if you like Baldur's Gate and you like D&D, Nicodemus, have you heard of Solasta? Where is it at? Solasta. This game right here. This game is Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition put into a video game. Like, it is the most tabletop experience that you can have in a video game. Absolutely amazing. Highly recommend. I'll be playing it in early access in March is when they're early access, or soon. I think it's in March. I'll be playing it in early access, and check it out, guys. If you're interested in seeing it, come to my channel. We're going to play it. Hopefully we'll be playing some beta of Monsters and Memories as well at the same time. We'll have to see how everything works out. But yeah, love Solasta, especially the Dungeon Crawler mod. Yeah, I love it. I love it. It's such a good game. I can't praise that game enough. Sounds like a WoW Hunter. Which one sounds like a WoW Hunter? Rested equals 15% more XP. Yes, Rested is 15% more XP. So that's too many. What's the number? I don't really have a number, Todd, of what would be considered to be too many and too few. But at some point, it depends on the ability, right? It depends on what it is. Too few, obviously 1, maybe 2 is too few. But 3 classes being able to do some ability might be okay, depending on the ability. But if all 18 classes can do the ability, then yeah, that completely takes away. So we don't want that. So it's somewhere between there, right? I don't know what the number is. I can't give you every single ability in the game should be a minimum of 3 players or 3 classes should have it, and a maximum of 6 classes should have it. You can't say that, because certain abilities you might need more of, you might need less of. Depends. Like Snare, right? Snare is one that I think we should have. A lot of classes should be able to have that, so that we can have Snare in most groups. Right now you have Druid, Ranger, Shadow Knight, and Necromancer all have Snare. Who else has a Snare? Anybody off the top of their head? So like, certain classes should get it, right? Is 4 enough? Maybe 4 is enough. 1/3 had some form of charm. Yeah, charm is another one. If my class is unique and cool stuff, that is good. If your class does, that is bad. Yeah, that's another way to look at it, bro. Wizard, yeah, Wizard has Snare. Yep, that's true. Wizard definitely has Snare. So that means that the Elementalist also has Snare with their pet. Their pet has a snare attached to it. Yeah. Druids need better buffs, and I feel like POTG. What is POTG or form? Which one is that? I probably know it. I just don't know the acronym for it. Form needs to be added. So yeah, I think that Druids have enough buffs now. Could they? This was a discussion in Nick's stream not too long ago. Is should these buffs overlap, right? Or should they be should your cleric, shaman, and your druid buffs stack? The cleric buff, or like the cleric buff right now gives you health. The druid buff gives you armor. Now, if we were to give armor class to the cleric buff along with the health, should that armor class also stack with the druid buff? And that's highly debated, right? Some games would be okay, other games not. In Monsters and Memories, is that increase of armor class from having those two stack going to be too much armor class? Well, that gets you to what is the formula for armor class? How does it work? How much damage do mobs do? So, stacking those two abilities is one question, but you need all of these other answers to be able to answer that question. How is it going to stack? How much is too much? How much should each of those get? How hard do monsters hit? All of that stuff. There's more to it than, well, why do they get an AC buff and I don't get an AC buff and I'm a cleric? I mean, there's way more to it than that. Elementalists should lean more into feeding their pet mana. I agree. I think the Elementalist needs to lean more into the pet. But there's a big asterisk I put on that. When you go into a raid and you have raid bosses that are doing AoE damage and hurting the pet, at what point does it become, well, the pet is now worthless because it's just going to die? So if the Elementalist only focuses on using a pet and the pet is worthless in a raid, now the Elementalist is worthless in a raid. So we have to make sure that pets are strong enough to withstand these AoEs and raids, but not too strong so that they replace players. So we can't just have like an army of Elementalists sending in pets on a raid boss and taking down a raid boss. That would be too strong as well. So there's a lot. There's a lot of factors. Solasta is such a great game. Yeah, we could talk about Solasta all day. Don't tempt me, sir. Still too much of an M&M. I don't want to play. So Nicodemus, Solasta 2 is coming out in early access March of this year. I don't expect the game to actually come out into full playable. It's going to be like the first act, kind of like Baldur's Gate, right? Came out in early access and it had the first act in. They're going to be doing something similar with Solasta 2. Don't play it if you're not ready for it, but definitely pick up Solasta at some point if you can. When you have time, pick it up. Pick it up, man. You're going to love Solasta, Nicodemus. 7 classes have pets. A certain percentage of Inquisitors think their class should have a pet too, because SK does. Yeah, I disagree with those Inquisitors. I don't think that SK needs to have pets. I think they should take it away, and that's going to make Shadow Knights super sad and cry, boo-hoo, oh, wah. You got nerfed. Everybody's going to get nerfed at some point. Fighter got nerfed recently. I am 5% weaker in my offensive stance, and you know what I said? Thank you, Nick. I appreciate that. Fighters didn't need the offensive stance being 15% damage. We don't have to cry every time our class is nerfed, guys. There's balancing that needs to happen, right? It's going to happen. If you get nerfed, don't say wah, say why. Why was it nerfed? Maybe there's a reason. There probably was a reason. Bard has a snare song. Oh, yeah, Bard has a snare. That's another one. If Bards get snare, they should get hi-hat. I like how you put the on there as well, because yes, they should get a hi-hat with their snare. Oh my gosh, Nicodemus. I like you. You're my friend. Agreed. SK, but I don't care for pets. Yeah, stacking is fine. I just want more gem slots on my druid for all these. Oh, by the way, Nick Hots, are you still here? Are you still listening? I didn't post this yet, but you said in your stream on Friday that you believe there was 5 cantrips, level 1, 5, 15, 30, and 50. There's only 4 for level 60s. I don't know if something was missing. I don't know if balance reasons you decided on 4 instead of 5, but there was a discrepancy there. I figured I'd let you know. I bet rogues have a snare poison. I think they will. They will have a snare poison. I want to say that is already in the game in some way, shape, or form, but it's not a usable yet. Like they can craft it but can't use it, or I think they get it. Yeah, through a poison. I think you're right, Sefer. Elemental can heal their pet though. They can heal their pet, but you got to think of it this way too. If an elementalist is using an inefficient heal to heal their pet, it takes away from the elementalist in a raid because they're constantly healing their pet. So they're not really contributing as much to the raid as they could be. So effectively, an elementalist in a raid is weaker than another class in the raid because they're not. You see what I'm saying? So like that's where the issue comes in. I'm not saying that it is that way right now, but it could be depending on. I know that the elementalist heal is not very mana efficient, and it shouldn't be, but that is a thing. I'm glad I get to play Monsters of Memories and not figure out the balancing. Yes, I am so glad that I get to play it and just complain about balancing rather than have to actually balance it, because people would hate me. If I were a balancer of this game, I could balance it. I know how to balance things, but I would be nerfing left and right, and you guys would be like, stop nerfing my class. But let me tell you why I would nerf. Nerfing is easier than buffing. It really is. Because if one class is too strong, rather than buffing every other class to equal that one class, you can just nerf one class and call it a day. But if you have to buff 17 classes because one class is too strong, that's 17 times the work. I'm cool with Shadow Knight losing a pet if we get something to lean into more drain tank archetype. Yeah, I mean, making it more like a, giving them. I mean, they already have their aura, so that they can proc. I mean, I don't know. I think they can just lose their pet and still be fine, except for the fact that if you lose a Shadow Knight pet, then they lose their rune shield, and I think that their rune shield is something that a Shadow Knight needs if they want to compete on the tank scale. If the Shadow Knight lost that rune shield, being able to sacrifice their pet, they would go from the best tank to potentially the worst tank right now. So like that does kind of put them up, right? It gives them a leg up. So they would have to factor in some other things as well. What if Shadow Knight instead of SK gets swarm temporary pets? Maybe, yeah. That could be a thing. Line of class description about using darkness to increase their armor or something like that. Dude, that'd be cool if Shadow Knights were a little stronger at night and a little weaker during the day. Like same with necromancers. But yeah, I don't know. That'd be hard to balance as well. That'd be very hard to balance. Summon swarm bats. I can see it. But then what about our vampire race in class that we're going to get? We got to get a vampire class later on, right? They should be able to turn into bats. I mean, I'll always have another thing going there. They'll be better at soloing. That's fine. Some classes will be good at stuff. Other classes are bad. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Like some classes are going to be better at soloing than other classes, and I'm okay with that. But the difference shouldn't be night and day. Like it shouldn't be this huge drastic difference. And right now, some classes, Bard, are way too good at soloing XP wise, whereas they're like way up here and everybody else is here, like much lower. But then you have necromancers are way better at soloing versus a rogue that basically can't solo at all. Now, should that be the case? Sure, if the rogue had really good DPS for a group. They just don't. So we gotta make sure that the balance is there somewhere, right? Like if a necromancer is S tier solo, then a rogue should be S tier at grouping, making them equal. But they're not equal in soloing, but they're equal overall. Criddle is balancing classes. Give personal buff to all players named Criddle by 300%. Yep, I would. I absolutely would. I would. No, I wouldn't do that. I feel like I could balance things fairly. I think I could do it. SKs have rune, but Inquisitors don't. No, Inquisitors do. Inquisitors do have a rune. It's just exclusive to magical damage. So Inquisitors can put up a rune shield that blocks all elemental damage. So it's a different animal, but they can constantly cast it. Whereas a Shadow Knight can only do it if they have a pet and it's on a long, like 10-minute timer. But the Inquisitor can recast theirs over and over and over, but is limited to elemental damage. That's the balance side of it, right? That's how you keep things balanced. Is if you limit somebody with something, you make the things that they can do better. Inquisitor deserves all nice things. Thank you. Thanks for the TED Talk. Yeah. That sounds like a druid spell. Which one sounds like a druid spell? Summon swarm bats? Kind of. It would probably go to Beastmasters before anybody. Batman class. I'm Batman. They're not vampires, they're dark elves. I like it. I like it. Inquisitor needs good races more than abilities. Aw. Humans are a good race. We are humans. Humans are just boring, right? Like, that's the problem, is we live every day being a human. We don't want to be a human in our fantasy game. And I feel like that's the problem, is it's hard to be human in a fantasy game. Quality of life discussions. Uh-oh. Row. Give me Goblin Bard or give me Death. I think Goblin Bard's coming. I think it's going to be an unlockable class or something at some point. Uh-oh, is this... Oh, I thought it said camp achievement. I was like, Setver's going to get super excited with achievements. Yeah, there's no achievements. Are we getting achievements? Does anybody know? You are a fudge popsicle, Setfer. I know you. You delicious man, you. I found your post. I did find your post. You're in trouble now, mister. You posted this today. I've seen a lot of asking for quality of life additions, and I understand the devs are reluctant to add them. So I have an idea. Make us do a quest line or acquire money dump for these quality of lives. Uh-oh. Quality of lives are added. Please make us earn them. Longer buffs. I'm okay with longer buffs. Yeah, like, I'm okay with doing a quest for longer buffs. I think this is something that we're going to see in the future. No one has said this. No dev has said this. But the devs have said that we're going to have dropped spells and researchable spells and things of that nature. And I think that potentially having the exact same spell, but a dropped version with a longer buff time, could be something that they could put into the game. I would absolutely be okay with that. They do the exact same thing, but they just last a little longer for quality of life. First, he wanted to eat my apples. Now I'm delicious. You are in danger. You are. Praying for Deep Elf Bard, personally. A Deep Elf Bard. A little jolly a jolly Deep Elf running around, huh? I want to play a Pied Piper. I want to play a Bard that has an army of rats. I hate the idea of having to unlock races, class combos. I have to play something I don't want to play to do something I want. I see that, yeah. That is annoying and it's frustrating. So, like, if you want to play a Goblin Bard and you have to play another class at least high enough level to be able to do the quest to unlock the Goblin Bard to then finally be able to play the Goblin Bard, I totally agree with that. That's why they took him out of Final Fantasy 14. At one point in Final Fantasy 14, you had to level up 2 different classes to level 15 to be able to take another class up to level whatever it was. And they eventually removed that out of the game. It was kind of a nuisance. Like, they forced you into playing a second class. Like, when I played Paladin, I had to play the Warrior and the White Mage, I think up to level 15, to be able to play the Paladin. Made no sense. Will AA points or something similar be in Monsters Memories? No. The short answer to that, Bam Bam, is no. No time soon. Not in any foreseeable future of the next 5 to 10 years. No, they are not planning on putting specifically AAs into the game. Maybe something similar to that in the future, Nick talked about specializations, like skill specializations. That might be a thing, in which case you would do a quest to unlock a skill for your class. The one that he used an example of was double attack. To, like, for a bard, for example, bards cannot double attack anymore. Same as beastmasters, they can no longer double attack. But later on in the game, there might be a high level quest that allows them to unlock the ability to double attack. So that would be kind of a AA type of avenue, but it's not the exact same thing. Not all music is joyous dirges. That's true. That is very true. Every race should have a bard available. Every race has its own culture, music, dances. I mean, it doesn't even have to be music or dances. It could just be storytelling as a bard, you know? That's very true. Bard could go with every single race. I am a firm believer that every race should be able to be every class. People disagree with me on that. People say, what do they say? But what about the lore, and what about the fantasy, and what about this, and what about... I mean, I think that every race should be able to be every class. But yeah, I totally get why they don't do it. Troll Rogue feels like I've been waiting years and I'm still waiting. Yeah. Depends on the lore of the setting. Well, we've gone over that, but why is the lore mean that? How does lore dictate what a race can be or not be? It doesn't. Lore is the norm, right? Like in lore, the ogres are generally dumb and they like to ogre smash things, right? But who's to say that there isn't an ogre that is born that wants to be smart, wants to learn how to cast spells, wants to be different than the rest of the ogres? Just because most of them generally gravitate to a certain way, lore-wise, doesn't mean they all should. And I think that that's the issue there, right? You know, you could say the same thing in real life. I'm hesitant to bring up different things in real life because I don't want to start a political discussion. But in normal society, right, you could talk about transgenders and all that kind of stuff, right? Transgender, being gay, LGBTQ. I'm trying not to bring up politics, but I'm using those as an example. In lore of the world, you know, slavery was a thing because Egyptians believed that slaves were okay. Well, people decided that they didn't like that. So they decided to get away from lore of the Egyptians, you know? And that's what I'm trying to get at. And without trying to bring up politics. It's a weird thing, right? I don't think that lore dictates what you are. Nothing dictates what you are but you. You can be whatever you want to be. Do you want to be a pink pony? No, you can't do that. But as far as a job is concerned, I can be anything that I want to be. You know, just because nobody in my family played baseball doesn't mean I can't play baseball, right? Anyway, that's my take on it. I get it that it might take away from other people, and people think, well, whatever. But yeah, I think legally distinct AA type of advancement will be in by Module 4. It might be. I mean, it's very possible. It's very, very possible. But they're not planning on any AA or even legally distinct AAs at this time. That is not something they're planning on doing. But they are planning on putting in things like skill specializations, which some would argue is similar to an AA. So maybe. DDO has New Game Plus Reincarnation, where you get to reroll again at level 1 for a minor benefit, like Barbarians got more HP, for example, for your future classes. Would anyone want to have that here? I think it's a cool idea. I wouldn't want to start over once I hit level 60. You're going to put in like 600 hours, and then all of a sudden, oh, now I got to put in another 600 hours to level back up to 60 with my slight advantage. If I made a Wheel of Time video game, I wouldn't give Ogier the ability to use the power. The Ogier. Yeah. The race of Ogier. If I made Lord of the Rings game, I wouldn't give orcs the ability to turn into an eagle. Yeah, but what's to say that orcs can't learn magic? Like 1 in a million orc could come out and be an anomaly and learn how to turn into an eagle. Right? It's possible. Like that's the thing. That's what makes these games, these fantasy games, fun. Is the ability to do that. In Dungeons and Dragons, the what are they called? The Cthulhu guys with the things generally don't like magic. They stay away from it. They don't like certain things about magic or undead or whatever. But certain ones of those become liches, which are the most powerful of wizards. But their lore dictates that they don't do that. They can't do that. They are anti-magic, but some of them study magic and learn how to do it. That's how I look at it. Like I get it, right? You don't want to ruin your fantasy of the game. You want all orcs to be orcs and they're brutes and they're, all of that kind of stuff. They know how to smash things. They know how to raid and pillage. But what's to say that they can't? Why can they not? What if the orc was adopted by halfling parents? Right? Yeah. Might want to be 8 foot tall and have 200 IQ. But it is what it is. Well, see, that's the thing, right? You're saying I might want to change my actual physical abilities. What I'm saying is your job in life, the direction you chose to go in life is different than you're born at whatever height you're going to be, whatever weight you're going to be, whatever physical, how intelligent, how your brain functions. But that doesn't dictate what you can become if you work hard enough, you study hard enough, things like that. I cannot grow to be 8 feet tall. That's an impossibility. But I can become a martial art person. I can become the greatest musician in the world if I tried hard enough at it. I could become any of these other things because those are jobs that's different than what you're born with. Like they're different. Def Leppard drummer has 1 arm, still rocking. Exactly. Like nothing prevented him. Nothing stopped him from becoming one of the greatest drummers of all time. He chose, I want to be a drummer in a band, and he did that. But wasn't born with an arm or didn't have an arm, whatever it was. The laws of setting don't have to adhere to our laws. That's true. They don't have to, but that's what I'm saying is there are no laws when it comes to the universe, right? The setting that you put it into, you're now putting down the law. I'm taking away the law. I'm saying that there isn't a law dictating what you have to do for your job in any type of universe. So in actuality, you're limiting the lore, whereas I'm expanding the lore, right? You're limiting to it, saying this is all it can be because, for whatever reason. Good take. I like the idea of races having different base characteristics, which would lead them to certain classes. Yeah. Ogre having higher innate strength and stuff. Exactly. They have higher strength. They have higher physicality. Ogres have that, whereas a gnome doesn't. But who's to say that ogre can't study books and become really good at magic, whereas a gnome can't study weightlifting and bodybuilding and become like this really strong, buff fighter guy? Like, why? Why can't they try to do that? They should always be able to try. What does AA stand for? AA stands for alternate advancement. So what it was in EverQuest is you could turn on or off the ultimate advancement AAs. Normally people didn't turn it on until they got to max level, but you could earn experience from killing mobs that would earn you additional skills and abilities. Things like the monk ability to triple attack, the longer buff timers for spellcasters. They could earn, like, every time they level up, they gain 1 AA point. but they don't level. Their character doesn't become stronger in the sense of levels. It gets abilities that they can use to advance their class and make them stronger. I think that's weird. Special unlocks that come into play, they should be an exception. Yeah, I don't know how they're going to do it. Sean has just said that you're going to I think the one that he actually hinted at and said that would be in the game would be the Goblin Wizards. Of course, he could have been joking. This could be a meme, and he could be laughing in his all the way to the grave right now. You know, like, who knows? Like, he could just be like, yeah, we're going to be able to unlock Goblin Wizards through a quest in the game. Ha 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 ha. And we're all sitting there going, cool, that's going to be fun. I can't wait till they add that. When are you adding that? And he's never planning to add it. Who knows? But that's the one that he kind of said maybe. Ogres can't read, so doubt they can get smart. They can learn to read. You should be able to try and be able to fail. You should be able to try and be able to fail, but some will succeed, right? Some will succeed. If you allow someone to try, always knowing that is an impossibility, like, I'm never going to be able to jump 10 feet straight up, right? Like, my feet go to a 10-foot. I would never be able to do that. I don't care how much you try and try and try. That's physics of the world preventing me from being able to do that. Now, if I go to the moon, the physics on the moon are different than the physics here because the gravity is different, right? So it changes things. I now am able to jump 10 feet in 10 feet high. So yeah, you can't change certain things that just cannot change within the universe. But things that you can change, I feel like you should be able to change. But that's my opinion, of course, and people can have difference of opinions. I don't see Monsters and Memories making all races be able to be all classes. It probably won't happen. They have their world and they're building it the way they want, and that's fine. I'm okay with it. I think if I made a game, I would allow it. Fantasy set, non-real life world where something is limited via culture and norms. Yeah, but that's the thing is culture and norms are things that can always be changed. Like, those aren't limiting factors. That's a culture. Culture is literally just how you act and how you are. It is not something that is like that. I can lie if I want to. So your culture you may not be certain. There's certain cultures that don't lie, right? In fantasy, and certain things that, what is the one that I'm thinking of? They can't lie. Like they're incapable of lying. That is a thing that potentially there could be an anomaly allowing one of them to lie, like a weird mutant type of thing that happens. I mean, there could be a lot of ways to do it, but yeah, I'm not trying to agree with any of you guys or disagree or argue with anybody on this, right? Like, I get where you're coming from. You like the lore to be like it is. I'm the same way. I don't want in a fantasy-driven game spaceships to come in. They could do that. Monsters and Memories could absolutely come in and be like, hey, we got cowboys with guns and we got robots and all sorts of weird. I don't want any of that to happen, but could they throw that into the game? Sure. Who's to stop them from doing it? No one. It's that argument can be made all day long. I don't want robots in Monsters and Memories, but somebody else might think that'd be a really cool thing to have. Somebody actually talked about the other day, crossbows. We have bow and arrow. Why not crossbows? And then somebody was like, well, why not guns? Right? So like, why do they not add those? Why do they not have a marksman class that is able to use crossbows and guns? Well, because they don't want that as part of their fantasy. Same reason that certain races can't be certain classes. They don't want it as part of their fantasy. Doesn't mean it can't happen. Just they don't want it as part of their fantasy. I am more open saying, hey, let's open the fantasy up a little bit. I do not like sci-fi mixed in with my high fantasy. I want those two things to be separate. I cannot stand when they try to mix it, except for Star Wars. Star Wars is the only world, whatever, only thing that has ever been built where you have high fantasy mixed with sci-fi and it works, in my opinion. I really love Star Wars. It's one of my favorites. You have no idea how magic works in Monsters and Memories? Honestly, I don't either. I don't know how magic works in Monsters and Memories either. In fact, after 20 years now, there's still people leveling from people re-rolling. Yeah, that's cool, Setfer. Like, I love that you can keep re-rolling and keep making your character slightly stronger. The problem with that comes in, though, is at what point do you ever stop it? Right? Do you ever stop it? Do I don't like 40K. Warhammer 40K, not a big fan of Warhammer. Not a huge fan. No. Criddle doesn't want spaceships in fantasy. Criddle hates split fiction, confirmed. Split fiction is how do I put it? It's a fun game that just mixes all genres, right? You don't really have, I mean, you do, I guess, at some point, without spoilers, they do blend those together at one point during the game, and it's a really cool thing that they do. But no, ultimately, no, I don't like that part of it. I don't like spaceships mixed in with my high fantasy. I just don't. I think it just kind of, it takes away from both of them. I love Star Trek and I love Star Wars, and I love Lord of the Rings, high fantasy. I love Star Trek, which is sci-fi, right? I love them as separate things. When you try to mix them together, it most of the time just doesn't do it for me. Star Wars did a good job of it. There's not a lot of magic in Star Wars, though. I would consider Star Wars sci-fi more than anything else. But it does have the Force, which is that magic, kinda, right? And then it also has the hierarchy of like kind of kings, and like the Jedi are like these knights using melee weapons. So it's got more of that high fantasy into it. But it's still, so it mixes those, and I just think it does a really good job of it. Dune is example. Dune, I think, is more sci-fi, but it does have a little bit of the high fantasy in there. Yeah. And I like Dune. Baldur's Gate 3 had fantasy and aliens. Did it have aliens in it? It did. Well, D&D has aliens in it, right? Because of the Cthulhu type things. I can't remember what they are. Anyway, I don't like that. I don't like that. The technically those are mind flayers. There you go. Illithid, mind flayers. Technically those are what they are in D&D is not necessarily sci-fi. Technically speaking, the Illithids are from the future and come back in time through the Space Jammer. So it's really the same setting, but it's just so far in the future that times have changed, right? So it becomes sci-fi, and then they come back into a fantasy world. So it's like saying right now, if I could time travel, I could take my cell phone back 10,000 years to the Egyptians and be like, look at my cell phone, right? Well, the Egyptians are going to be like, no, I like the way that I live. I don't like the way that you live in your sci-fi world. Like they're kind of separate, but they're kind of the same, right? It's the same. They evolved, right? I don't know. Like it's weird. I don't personally like Illithids, and I don't like that. I don't like aliens coming back in the Spelljammer and all that kind of stuff, coming back and mixing in with that. But they do kind of crash land, and they have to assimilate into what's going on with the D&D fantasy side of things. So yeah. Can't wait to watch Criddle and the Moon NBA. Wait, what? What? I could see basketball on the moon. That would be, what the heck is happening? Could it be the lore in Monsters and Memories, an ogre brain, DNA-wise, isn't capable of being attuned to magic, certain types? Sure. But we do know that DNA can have anomalies, and those anomalies could allow the ogre to be attuned to magic. So most of the time, most ogres born are not. It's kind of like, a person that is born with the ability to do math like that, right? They can do math like they could do anything else, because what it is the part of your brain that is your motor functions, that allows you to move your limbs and do things. That's what actually processes their ability to do math, rather than a different part of the brain, which is what most people do math with, which is why most people do math slowly, but those people can do math quickly because it's processed in a different part of their brain. That's literally what it is. So who's to say that that can't happen in any given world? WoW has sci-fi. Does it? Did they come from a different planet? I also didn't like EverQuest when they're like, hey, let's go to Luckland. We're going to the moon. They kind of lost me. That's when I started to, I'm not a big fan of EverQuest anymore. Planes of Power is when I actually quit. The logic for races should be allowed to be all classes. Can only be applied to classes, should be allowed to use all abilities. If they're hard enough, they can do anything they want. I mean, yeah, that same logic, you're absolutely right. That same logic could be there. Make a quest that, where they could learn to do it. If you want to do that, right? Like if you wanted to really open it up to everybody can do everything, given enough time and given enough practice, all that. It's kind of like Ultima Online. You can literally be anything. It just depends on what skills you use. Like I use this skill, that skill goes up. But once I get so many skills maxed out in Ultima Online, I start losing other skills because my brain only has so much capacity to be able to learn a new skill. So they would have to do something logic like that, which could be an interesting game for sure. We're getting into deep lore. Genetic evolution. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. That's why I would make all races be all classes if it were my game. But that's why I'm okay with it the way it is, because you could expand on this indefinitely. Well, why not have lasers, and why not have, mutations that allow you to be able to do this and that, and why not all these other things as well? If we wanted to have that, then it would be a completely different game. At some point, you have to limit things, right? You have to stop it. You got to draw a line, and they've drawn the line at these races can be these classes. And I'm okay with that. I'm okay. It's fine. Doesn't hurt anybody. Now you're getting into outliers? Yeah, you're getting into outliers, exactly. And that's the thing, outliers would be the norm in these games. That's what's really funny about it, right? Because generally speaking, ogres are not going to be wizards, but because they can be a wizard, a lot of people are going to play an ogre wizard. Actually, I don't know if ogres can be wizards in this, but they can be enchanters, right? Is it elementalist? Ogres can be elementalist. I bet you're going to see many ogre elementalists in this game just because it's an odd thing to see. Not necessarily because they're min-maxing or because they care about the lore. They just are going to be like, huh, that's weird. I'm going to play that. But I think it's a cool thing. I like that they have that. Everyone who wasn't snowed in got keys. What? What happened? Finally got out of 30 feet of snow. Jeez. No, there's no keys, by the way. There are no keys for this game. So if somebody is trying to sell you a key to Monsters and Memories, they do not exist. You can only get access through the devs directly. They have to flag your account. So don't go out buying keys or try to buy keys because there are none that exist. Anyway, all right. We've had a lot of fun chatting today. This has been an awesome day again. Another 5-hour stream of chatting about things and stuff. Anything else you guys want to talk about? Or I think I might wrap it up because I don't know if anybody's going to stream. I think Sean might stream today. He sometimes streams on Mondays, Wednesdays, or Fridays a lot of times. Nick might stream today. Maybe we'll see that. Outside of those, you might see a Nicodemus or a Zukin or a ZBrushed or a Goblin. Robot streams feel rare. He's trying to get more consistent from what I understand on Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, starting around 2 p.m. Eastern, which is about what it is right now. If he doesn't start by like 3 p.m. Eastern, he's probably not going to stream because that's his wind down time. For those that don't know, Sean lives in Germany, so it's like 6 p.m. or something for him. So when he's done with work for the day, that's when he streams, and he streams for a couple of hours before going to bed. Yeah, if Sean starts, it'll be soon. It'll be very soon, which is kind of what I was waiting for. I might wait till like 4 o'clock. So we'll chat for another, or it's not 4 o'clock, 2 o'clock. So we'll chat for another 4 minutes if you guys want. And see if Sean jumps on, or if Nick jumps on, or anybody, or Zukin or ZBrush or anybody else jumps on. If not, I'll probably just end the stream. Only deep gnomes lack a plate class. How do we know that? How do we know this? Does anybody know how these people know this stuff? Deep gnomes aren't in the game yet. So how do we know that deep gnomes don't have Shadow Knight, Inquisitor, Fighter, or Cleric as options? Race class grid is posted, but they're not in the game. Probably going by that. Yeah, they could be going by that, but they're not in the game. So I wouldn't base anything off of that. Yeah, all things are subject to change. So until the deep gnomes are in the game, I wouldn't worry about it too much. But it's an okay topic to come up with, to be like, hey, I think deep gnomes should get one of these. But again, should all classes be all races? Should all classes have a tank? Should all classes be able to be a tank? They're missing something here. The Paladin. They're missing the Paladin. Should Paladins always be holy knights for the good and justice of all people? Why not? I mean, you could say that the evil Paladin is a Shadow Knight, but it's not necessarily true, right? You could have an Oathbreaker Paladin. That's it. That's what it is in Dungeons and Dragons. You can have an Oathbreaker Paladin that's just not necessarily good and righteous. All classes should have all roles 100% for role-playing guilds focused on race. I mean, that's my take on it. But yeah, we've already gone over that a bunch. So makes sense for deep gnomes to not be tanks. Maybe, yeah. Paladins get their power from God. That God doesn't have to be a good one. That's true. That's true. They are holy knights. And you could have a terrible, Satan could be your God. Is it holy good? No, not necessarily. Like, it depends on what you worship, right? You could be a holy Satanist, I guess, if you wanted to. I don't know. And there are people that are people that worship. What is the definition of holy? I would say it's like just holy definition. Let's see from the Merriam-Webster. Exalted or worthy of complete devotion as one perfect of goodness and righteous. So that means that they're good. Devoted entirely to the deity or work of the deity. So that's different because the deity can be a lot of different things, right? A holy temple, holy prophets. Having divine quality, holy love. So that could be, it just has divine qualities. Doesn't necessarily mean it's good or bad. I mean, yeah. I would say the number one, goodness and righteousness, is definitely, good. But I wouldn't say that just because something is holy means it has to be good. But again, we get back to the lore, right? Should all things holy be good and righteous? Well, that's based on Monsters and Memories and what they want to do with it and how the devs want to deal with it. Because I could think it one way and you could think a different way, right? So holy is subjective. It is just like every race being every class. Holy equals revered, yeah, relative to the values for sure. Good is relevant to your standing. Well, that's true too, right? What is good in my eyes may not be good in your eyes. Good is a relative term or a subjective term. Good for a hitman is doing kill plus getting paid. No prison. Yeah, that's good. That's true. Righteous is Ferris Bueller. I like that. Bueller. Bueller. Anyway, every race should have one of all the basic classes, but the more specialized. Yeah, I mean that's another argument, right? That like every race should have a tank, every race should have a healer, a DPS, and a utility as one of their classes that are viable. Especially once we get to the point of 1.0, when we have a different starting city for every single race. So you're spreading people out. Well, what if you have a deep gnome, you start in the deep gnome city, and there are no tanks because there's no plate wearing classes? What do? You're going to have like a monk or a ranger or spellblade. Somebody else is going to have to tank for you until you get high enough level to be able to get to a different area where tanks are actually at. So I mean, I could see that, but anyway, it could go a bazillion different ways. You get the elementalist pet tank better than players. That's true. Then you can have the elementalist better tank than the players. Which brings up the point of why even have tanks if elementalists can tank better. Oh boy. Anyway, fun discussion today, everybody. I loved it. It was great. Thank you so much for being here. I'll be looking out for any other streams. I'll be watching those. Look out for the YouTube videos. I do the recaps of Nick Hotz and A Loving Robot streams. I do recaps of those anytime they pertain to Monsters and Memories. I try to watch some of the other streams, Zook and ZBrush, Nicodemus, Goblin, Chinny D, anybody else. I try to watch those when I can. I encourage you to do the same. Definitely show that love, spread it around. Let's help these devs make a great game so that when early access finally hits, we have thousands of players subscribing so that all of these volunteers can get paid finally after years of working on something that we all love. Take care, have a good one, and I will see you next time.